how's everyone doing today? Shall we see? Hello, everyone. Right then, questions are open. I'm just going to get this functioning properly so I can display to you the questions when they come in. I am being joined by Dr. Dan, who has had a few days off. I'm joined by Dragon, who's also acting as occasional voice for Foxo because her headset's not working. We've been joined by Cyclic, who's decided that if we're taking current affairs questions, he wants to be here as well. We're, of course, joined by Runon and Timu. Runon, of course, master of the bot. Timu, master of the questions. And hopefully the questions are working and taking everything in. So yeah, all should be good. And
yeah, we are good on questions and getting them steadily.
That's good.
So I take 20 at the start and I'll pause for a minute.
Okay, so we're going to take in 20 questions. And then from the 20 questions, we are going to basically start off by answering those and then go into anyone that's coming in. If you can hear a dog crying, that is because someone has been told, and I'm putting this, name names on this, someone has been told they have already had enough biscuits today and they're going to end up podgy. And the trouble is, were on steroids recently, so they're now supposed to be losing weight because they put weight on for the steroids for their ears. So they are complaining, they are looking very adoring, they are very lovely, they are very cute, but for their health, they've got to stop having so many biscuits. But they're going to keep asking for them, aren't they? They are. Cute as you are, but you go to sleep. You've been for your wanders, you've had everything, gone. Sleep time. So, hello everyone.
I think they may also be muttering in Poodley's something along the lines of, then you get less iron brew.
No, that's not happening. As we've all been over, the fact is, the nicest way, the iron brew is stopping me from committing dark and dangerous acts during this holiday season.
I'm only quoting the Woofster.
You can try and quote the Woofster at me, but the nicest way, the thing is, I control his biscuits. He doesn't control my iron brew. It's the advantage of being the human in the relationship.
I think he doesn't have any input on your iron brew. That dog is big enough and has sharp enough teeth. I'm certain that he could make a mess of your iron brew if he wanted to.
Yeah, but he also realizes that might lead to consequences. He's a good dog. He is a very good dog. Hello, everyone, and welcome anyone who's new, who's never been to one of these lives before. I hope you're going to enjoy them. Basically, it's a weekly live, weekly chat, where I try to answer naval history questions and anything else that's sort of going on to do with naval affairs at this current time. And this is one of the reasons why I'm joined by a panel to help balance out the experience and knowledge. And occasionally they are themed. Occasionally it's an alternate history week. We do one of those a month. And occasionally it's sci-fi. We do one of those roughly every 6 weeks or so. So we answer the sci-fi questions because those also come in quite a lot. Hello. As you can see, he is doing his I am gorgeous poodle route approach to trying to get you to put PT in the chat. PT is the traditional thing for poodle treats, but he's currently not allowed them. He knows what PT means, though, and he will try and push for it. He will do anything he can to get you to put it in there. And before anyone asks, also, he has been given some toys as well, but he's decided to not play with the toys at the moment because he wants to go for the humans and the bickies. Not happening, though. Go on. And you. Oh. So, with that being said, let's see what our first question is. Okay. So, this is from 8420 because I keep trying to pronounce your name and I'm just saying this, so I'm going to go for 8420, and I'm sorry about this. If the Ukrainian frigate Herman Shakshene had not been prematurely scuttled in March 2022, what could she realistically do in the Black Sea? Attempt to raid Russian commerce? if she was in a space where she hadn't had to be sunk and had been able to be operated freely, considering the condition she was in, she probably wouldn't. She probably wouldn't have been much use for raiding. But they could have tried to send her out through the. Well, would the Turks have allowed her through? The Turks might well have allowed her out. But either way, she's not getting. She's in a situation where there are a lot more Russian ships and a lot of more Russian force able to target on her, and she hasn't got the ability to hide that land forces have. Because you must remember, at sea, you don't. Whilst you can hide in distance, in the Black Sea is not really big enough. You can do a lot of hiding. There's far too much going on there. Far too many things flying over. Far too many things wandering around for you to be able to hide in it. So the Black Sea is not really a good place to hide.
I would also imagine that the diplomatic implications of just giving a warship as part of a warring power supplies is more than a lot of nations may want to do.
There are rules around it and around what they're able to do. It would be interesting. It would be interesting.
Lord. You're not envisioning something like the Battle of the River Plate, only, the Battle of the River Danube or something?
Potentially, that is a scenario you could end up with, because that's the other trouble. If you did it anywhere in the Black Sea, the Russians could mob it.
Not only that, this frigate does not have meaningful air defense.
No.
It does not have meaningful teeth.
It's a Krivak, wasn't it? It's Krivak batch 3.
KGB
Krivak batch 3.
Coast Guard Krivak.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even the full-blown warship one. It is a border security ship.
Yeah, it's no. Basically. It's they had a flagship. It was a frigate. It was a nice.
She becomes an artificial reef, is what happens.
It's one of those things of, with navies, you either have them and invest in them, or you don't have them. Now we have the first of what I hear are quite a few questions, and this one is going to involve Dragon and Foxo. Nice day, everyone. Do you think the non-canon ending of A Note Through the Firmament would see what we saw in the real-life post-Cold War peace dividend? I presume this is something to do with Azur Lane, as it's for Dragon and Foxo, so I will hand it over to Dragon and Foxo to answer first. While I do some frantic Googling on Azur Lane.
Note in the experiment is the current one. That's about it. Go on, Tima.
Yeah.
Oh, I was asking if the doctor can change the banner, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where I believe the non-canon ending is you take Helena up on her option that basically she sacrifices her existence, Meta Helena this is, and it creates a perfect future. And ship girls kind of get to retire and they stop becoming war assets and become less and less, from what I remember of the event. I did look at it, but it's been a few days, and and those days have been a bit stressful. But I'm not sure it's quite, you'd say, due to the peace dividends. More, these weapons are no longer needed.
Yeah.
So
it's nice. It's if you're not needed anymore, it's nice to be able to retire.
But surely you always need more DACA.
Yeah, in the nicest way, the amount of it's a living meme. The amount of soldiers I've worked with whose basic dream is to retire and become a farmer, and I'm not sure what it is, but I sit there and look at them and go, you do realize that in many ways you're giving up a hard life for a hard life in different ways life.
Yeah, but they view that one of them as peaceful.
Yeah.
So.
The main thing is they like it because they don't have to talk to people. They are their own boss. And I sort of go, yeah, I can't really debate with that. I disagree with that one. There are worse things you could declare in life. There are worse things.
Being a farmer, especially stateside, is taking out $1 million loan at the beginning of the year and hoping you make $1.1 million to maybe pay it back at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And most of that 100,000 is getting sunk into
In the
fuel,
UK, it's
maintenance, and-
it's basically at the moment they sort of in the UK, much to the government's horror, they've started learning from their French counterparts on how to do protests.
Yes, that's because the French know how to party.
I still love the fact that the French organisations, when they're going around, actually do have barbecues which run on rails that they can put on their tramways, etc., and they take with them, so that they have food on the go while they're rioting. And that's just a level of preparation which I just don't think we just don't put into these things in the UK. We need to put more preparation into our riot gear. We need to think about these things.
The thing is, the French can use it again the next protest.
Yes,
It's
it is
not
the
a
thing.
one-time thing.
Yeah, I know, but still, I just think you should have that gear.
Yeah, and also I think some of them are selling the food on protest. Basically, that's their full-time job, being a protest food seller.
I know. The fact, and you can make good money doing
It's
it.
France. It's a career.
Yeah, like in every other country, workers' rights. This is going to be a struggle with our public. In France, workers' rights. Okay, we're going to go to war with our public, and they're more organised than we are. They have preparations. They have logistics.
It's not that much harder to be more organized than the French government.
Oh. YouTube
French
Minecraft.
government literally invented bureaucracy.
Yeah.
That was bureaucracy was basically invented by ancient Persia. They still have some of it. I think a building permit is still the same form as it was in the old Persian Empire, the one that got toppled by Alexander. They still have the same.
That wouldn't surprise
They
me
have this-
because these forms they're pretty standard.
Yeah.
Pretty,
They at some point they switched from cuneiform to Arabic, but it's basically the same form.
Oh, good lord! That will have at least taken 3 centuries of meetings to work out and decide.
I think it took a millennium.
Oh yes, that's not quite right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if Italy in 1914 decided to keep the Francesco Caracciola class, and the follow-up class would be derivative of the Lauria class, or the engine outfits, and as a result, by 1919, Italy completed 3 of them. Somehow, its economy allowing it. What effect would this have on naval construction procurement across the world? You've now got 3 fast battleships. If the Caracciolas are completed, you've got 3 fast battleships in the service. In 1919, in the Mediterranean. So the Royal Navy's definitely completing the G3s, or possibly the G3s are being built as fast battleships rather than as battle cruisers. And yeah, it's the case of it's not the threat they actually are, it's the threat they potentially signal is coming. That's the problem. It's how do other nations react to it? Even with the end of World War One, with the idea of the naval treaties, how does it impact the naval treaties? Do more nations insist that you keep a, do you go from being a blanket stop naval treaty to a naval treaty system whereby, as I've discussed before, it's actually okay, you're allowed to build this many ships in every 5-year period. Let's say the US and the British are allowed to build 5 in every 5-year period. The French and the Japanese are allowed to build 3 in every 5-year period. The French and the Italians are allowed to build 2 in every 5-year period. So that you basically go, okay, yeah, you're allowed to, this certain amount to be constructed over this many years. Or, working out how many years are we going to keep these battleships for. You have to keep the battleships for 20 years. You're allowed 15 of them. Okay, so you have to work out how many you're allowed to build in every 5-year period, or whatever you go with as a ruling. It's
What
going
are
to
you,
have
are
an
you going
impact.
to say that?
Because the big reason it's going to have the impact is because the French aren't going to want to be in a situation where they are quite that out-teched by the Italians, and if the French and the Italians are both building stuff up, the British aren't going to want to have the oldest fleet in Europe, so they're going to want to build some more. The Americans are wanting parity with the British, but parity of either not constructing or parity of a similar flow of construction will be acceptable to them as long as it cuts the cost. And if you're only building 5 ships in over a 5-year period, that's a lot cheaper than they were currently doing. And yeah, it's going to, and Japan's going to be the one going, well, actually, we win out of this because we get to keep a later level of production up, but it's not going to be so much that's going to break our bank. And actually, it might make their people happy because they're still building stuff. What do you think, Dan? Because you were coming in there.
Oh, I was just wondering what happens with the overage ships, because unlike a destroyer, which could well be expected to be worn out at 15 to 20 years, a battleship could well still have value. So are you going to have some sort of system where you kind of start shaving off the equivalent, it's kind of part of the tonnage or something, so it's like at 15 years it's only 80% of its tonnage, at 20 years it's, I don't know, 60% of its tonnage, and so on. And so that you can keep your older ships without so much of a penalty in terms of tonnage, but not simply writing them all off as soon as they hit an arbitrary date.
To be fair, they went with the arbitrary date system because, frankly, they couldn't work it out because each ship was such an individual and everyone was making a case of their ships suited their needs. They just went with the arbitrary date because it was the easiest thing to actually get agreed.
Mm.
But it is,
yeah,
it's a fun one because ships wear out quickly in those days. This is another thing we forget. You have a fleet of 200 destroyers, but they might only be considered actually of age for about 15 or so years.
Coal kills engines.
Oh yes.
It isn't like with modern turbines, gas turbines and stuff. Those are way more long living.
Oh yeah, yeah. And basically, a 15-year-old ship has probably had it, even if it's an oil ship in those periods, has probably rebuilt its engines about 3 times. If it's been actually being used.
I suppose the thing is that it was that accessing the machinery spaces was a lot harder on most of those ships. Because it was it was often under armor and it was bigger stuff. Whereas actually, one of the things about the gas turbines is they are relatively small. I mean, these things are relative, and you don't have an 8-inch armored deck to get through, which apparently makes it easier for the welders.
There's another aspect to it as well. It's your fuel
marginally
quality
easier.
and the completeness of your combustion. You're getting a lot less carbon buildup and other gunk in the engines and in your exhausts, and that really improves your engine life. On top of that, you've also got much higher quality metals going into. Yes, they're in a more extreme environment, but the metallurgy is
What's
it's nuts, the difference.
How different are like modern, like early 20s engine oil to Russian Mazut?
It's still better.
It's dramatically better.
Yeah. Mazut is... How do I put this politely?
Better served as plastic?
Mazut is... most ship oil is pretty much solid before it's warmed up. Anyway, Mazza is a rock substitute before it's warmed up.
You can hit someone
so-
over the head with it.
Yeah,
They're burning roads.
there is a good argument to be made for it. Mazza is probably the cheapest, nastiest fuel you can possibly at the moment utilize and imagine using.
What get? I imagine like a modern refinery, a Western refinery, also has mazout.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it
because
exists.
Mazza is a natural byproduct of what you have the refining process. It's the stuff you're
Yeah,
left with.
and
Yeah, it's-
what do modern refineries do with it?
It can be used for anything from plastic feedstock, although here in the U.S., what typically gets used for that is just straight up natural gas in the U.S. Because natural gas is so cheap here.
So
But
basically,
yeah,
it gets turned into plastics.
turned into plastics, turned into all sorts of other.
Okay, so it's
synthetic
actually
products.
useful, and not the only use of it is to sell to the Russians.
Yeah.
It can be useful if you're set up for it. Otherwise, it's a waste byproduct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a lot of petroleum refinery leavings. Also, one thing to add on to modern engine cycles is that you have a lot better, it kind of ties into what Cyclic was saying about complete combustion, but you have a lot better control of your air-fuel ratio.
Yeah.
Whereas back in ye olden days, it was a lot of eyeballing it. In some cases, literally. There are periscopes installed from the boiler room up to a vantage point on the funnels on the Iowas for a reason.
Raptorette, to say Hamasset is bituminous would be underselling it. Yes.
Yeah.
Completely different thing, but yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Penguin Cannon 9000. Why didn't you include the Fuso class in your Dreadnoughts from Around the World series? And what's your opinion on them? The Fusos? I think I did include the Fusos. Let me just check.
I mean,
They
they're
just
very.
strike me as inefficient, but that's partially because of the turret farm with the twin guns.
Then built.
The turret farm is a glorious thing. I believe HMS Agincourt should have been the start of something more.
Fuso's in the 1912 video.
Yeah, I think they should resurrect turret farms with quad turrets.
Yeah,
No, that's-
The Russians tried with triples.
All lovely, but I'm answering the question, which was the Fuso was in the 1912 video. So that's when they were. There was a whole Dreadnoughts all being built, the Dreadnought arm race, and they're in the 1912 video around the world. They're being built then, and that's when they discussed this in 1912. Okay, I'm making sure the question's answered. And related to Constellation Battle on Chandel, say the USN manages to procure 16 to 24 Alvaro de Bazan class frigates and 8 Boniface class frigates. How does this affect US naval capabilities, and would the Spanish Navy be persuaded to order more of the latter? Probably not, and why would the USN be procuring those? Look,
They don't provide the capability necessary. They don't accomplish the mission that the Constellation was designed to set out to accomplish.
in a nice way, they're looking at your. Broadly speaking, you're buying an air defense frigate for a ASW frigate role, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why the Bazan and didn't get through. Now, the interesting thing is that there's a class of frigate which comes after the Buzzard, the F-1110s, F-110s. And that's currently got free building at the moment. And that's a slightly different story, because that looks like a pretty good fitting capability. But again, you start going that's got... that's carrying...
No, that's not going to be able to do the mission either.
No. It's a pretty good starting point, but it's not able to do the mission for what the Americans want. And I think this is the big trouble. I don't even think, honestly, the Legend class cutters can do what the Americans necessarily want them to do.
They're not. They're set up for a different mission.
But it's...
The Americans know what they want.
Do they? And I don't mean that in a rude way. I mean that in a... One of the interesting debates I have is, and this is sometimes I go and serve, and when let me phrase what I use the phrasing serve. One of my roles, one of the things I sometimes do is I go in and I basically act as the red team for a discussion. I act as the person who's going to shoot down your perspective, your arguments, your case. And one of the things I find interesting is that many navies don't like to do this, because they come in with, they've made up their mind of what they want, or rather what they think they want. And and no one's really debated them on the topic and capabilities that they want it until and they go in and they're selling it, and it's only after they've gotten the service they realise, hang on, what we've got is not what we really needed, because they get into such a groupthink and they set up in a scenario where no one really wants to argue against it once it's decided, because it's what the Navy wants, and if they argue against it, they're going to put arguments out there that could cause trouble for the procurement. It could get it not procured, and then it could be a Navy about what the ships they need. Having someone come in whose literal job is I'm hired to basically stress test your ideas, and that's what I do as that's one of the main things I do as a consultant is I stress test people's ideas. I come in and they go, as a strategic consultant, that's what I work as a long time, is my main job is stress testing your ideas. You go me, I've got this idea, this is a concept I want to do, this is something I want to do, and I go, right then, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And if I can break it, we find a way to fix it. Because that's the other thing. The rule is I'm not allowed to break your idea without actually offering something to improve upon it or something to make it work. At least that's my own personal rule. I know people who do the similar thing to me who don't have that rule, but my rule is if I break it, I have to explain how I would fix it as well. And the reality is, I don't think a lot of the US Navy's ideas in recent years have gone through enough of that process before they've been ordered. And they often seem to get that process after they've been ordered, and that's the problem. They need to have... I'm not telling my services here, but US Navy, hello. I do this. I'm quite happy. I'm very reasonable and very cheap. I live in Cornwall. As long as you're paying me more than it's cost for me to buy a pasty, I'm usually quite happy.
And he will sign NDAs.
Yeah,
So,
I've signed so many in my life.
If I may, Alex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a lot of misconceptions out there on what the purpose of the Connies was, and I feel like I should offer what the public discussion on what that was, what the Navy said publicly the role was, and
I want to hear you say that, Cyclic. But first of all, I want to tell you something. What someone wrote in my comments, the role of the Connies was. Okay, they would serve as the data organizer between satellite radar-based satellites and sensors, which are going to allow them to give the data to Burks so they could intercept high HGV attack weapons.
That is somebody completely misunderstanding CEC and how CEC works, and how the U.S. Navy's sensor shooter network works.
Also, that wasn't the Constellation's job under any circumstances at all. At no point were they there to serve.
I mean,
in a nice way, if anything was going to be linking with the satellites, it was going to be the Burke itself, not the Constellation.
That's also a role in which you want as little latency as possible.
Yeah. But I'll get to that, and I think I know where that misconception came from. At least I'm gonna justify it this way.
Oh, it was a comment with much buzzword bingo in it.
Well, yes, naturally. So to understand why the constellations end up with the requirements that they did, barring the taking a parent design thing, that was a C&O Richardson bugbear. And I'm not going to say that was necessarily wrong. They should have approached it differently than they did. Hindsight 2020. But separating that out, the U.S. Navy was looking for a frigate that was primarily going to be used for three things. Two of them were highly important. One of them was absolutely critical for a war effort in the Western Pacific. That first and foremost role for this ship was protection of fleet train assets. Now, what do I mean by fleet train assets for those who don't know? I'm talking the replenishment tankers, so the ships that run up alongside carriers, other surface combatants, and refuel them, as well as the dry cargo unrep ships or replenishment ships. Those are the ones that pull up next to the carriers, load ammunition up. Those are also the ones set up to transfer over VLS reloading equipment now that program's actually got going again. They were set up for that equipment from the get-go to be able to crane that over on the unwrapped gear and reload VLS at sea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about the strike down crane. I'm talking about what was supposed to replace that the peace dividend killed off.
Yeah.
And those ships, if we want to fight, a third of the way across the planet, those ships have to be protected. And the Chinese are building a large fleet of submarines, so you need a ship capable of doing ASW. But those subs also are packing quite high-end anti-ship missiles. So you need to be able to defend against those, not just, the frigate itself, but also protect the ships that it's running guard dog for. And that means you need something more than ESSM, and you need it in sufficient numbers to be able to do shoot, shoot, look, shoot. Or shoot, shoot, look, shoot, shoot. Depending on what the weapon is that was fired. Like sub-launch C802 or whatever isn't that big of a threat, but you may be out of position and so not able to use ESSM if that's all you have, and you've just failed your mission.
Although I would say this is one of those scenarios where I sit there and go, as well as this putting in the frigate program, there also needed to be a comprehensive system of actually arming up the auxiliaries. I do think the auxiliary, and the fact that we have...
Most of them are capable of running point defense, yeah.
Yeah, no, they need to have something on them so they can defend themselves, but also stuff like chaff and those sort of things as well, which are, okay, very basic, but they're still kind of useful to have. You're a big ship already. You're a big target. You can't really stealth yourself and hide that way, so you gotta hide in other ways. And a chaff cloud, a very big chaff cloud, can be quite a useful way of hiding. And it's one of those things of I do find it continually interesting, especially when I have to say this, especially with the UK. An example I tend to give is the amount of times we sent out a tanker to escort a Russian submarine recently going through the channel. I'm going, this is not the right thing.
Yeah, so just looking real quick at say the
tank
Henry
is
J.
a target.
Kaisers. They are set up to be able to take phalanx or two phalanx or two CRAM or a combination thereof, and they do have areas marked out for installation of things like Nolka, chaff, flares, and they all have torpedo decoy equipment too. They all have Nixie aboard. For reference there. Let's check the John Lewis's here, which are their replacements. Same setup.
Shut up.
Now, do they run with phalanx and CRAM aboard? No.
Not polite.
That being said, there's a current program going through.
That's the strongest phrase I'm going to use. Shut up.
Pulling phalanx from the Berks. And replacing that with either CRAM or Mark 49, they fire the same missile, just depending on what the Burke in question's combat system is able to handle.
Apologies.
That will free up more phalanx.
Apologies, I am debating on the poodle who is now wagging his tail and keeps whinging the whole time, demanding biscuits, and I'm telling him no. So I'm not saying the things to you or anyone in the chat. I'm just saying them to the poodle.
I figured.
Just clarifying, because he's just sitting there going, no, you're not allowed it. You know you're not allowed it. You weren't even this bad when you actually were ill.
But I want it.
No. No.
Getting back, even if you have those point defenses on the ships, you still want a reasonable, capable area air defense asset that isn't pulling in a large surface combatant like a Burke, a DDGX, or a Zumwalt to do the mission. They're needed elsewhere. That was the primary role that drove the change from basically a patrol frigate with like ESSM to a full-blown FFG. It's why the Navy did not want to go with 16 cells of Mark 41, why they wanted to go with 32. That would allow the ship in question to have 8 cells taken up by ESSM for defense of the ship, or if they happen to be in the right location, it gives them, more shots as well. It allows them to take VLA if that is available. Also, at the time, the Navy was looking at a VLA successor. For reference, VLA is Vertical Launch ASROC. For those who don't know, VLA is just the name of the system designed to be fired out of Mark 41 instead of out of the old trainable pepper box launchers that were on the sprue cans before their refits. And that's also what drove the strike length in conjunction with that's the primary version of Mark 41 that's bought globally, so that's what's actually the cheapest. It's also the one the U.S. Navy has, so it's the one that's got native support within the U.S. Navy as it is. But they were kind of teetering, do we actually buy tactical length for these, or do we go with strike length? And what kind of pushed them over that edge, and this is from an interview with the program director at the time, was looking forward to a VLA successor, and that might actually need to be strike length to get the range bands they want. So that's why you end up with 32 strike length VLS. Is that gives you 8 cells for your 32 ESSM, 8 cells for your VLA if you're carrying those, and then 16 for SM2MR. And if you're not carrying VLA, you're probably just carrying 24 SM2MR. The radar, you hear a lot about, it's SPY 6, it's just like the Burks. No, it's not. It is a dramatically pared down.
Yeah.
First of all, you have one less face on the ship. It's a 3-face, not a 4-face. And second of all, if we compare this to the Burke SPY 6 arrays, because there's 2 of them, there's one that's going to be refit onto the Flight 2A Burks, and then there's the one that's on the Flight 3 Burks. The one that's on the Flight 3 Burks is a 37 RMA array. It's made up of these little blocks called RMAs, just to keep it simple. And that is what's on the Flight 3 Burks. And then on the Flight 2A Burks, they're getting a 24 RMA. The Constellations had a 9 RMA, so considerably smaller, considerably less capable. There was a lot of talk of, it's more capable than the SPY 1D that's on the Burks now. In some ways, yes, because it's an AESA versus a PISA.
Which is a useful upgrade, but it's not a be-all and end-all. And I think, though, I think you've covered that one pretty darn well, so let's move on to the next question. Because
it's not a baby Burke.
Yeah, they're not.
It's nowhere near a baby
People
Burke.
love the idea of calling things baby Burks, and it's like the phrase pocket battleship. A pocket battleship, and I'm sitting there going, no. My own phrase, of course, is back pocket cruiser, which sort of does work for the tribals, but it's basically a case of it looks like a cruiser. It's not a cruiser, and the Royal Navy knew it wasn't a cruiser and never tried to pretend it was. But it looked enough like a cruiser, you could use it, you could sort of slip it in your back pocket, and
it's kind of close to a destroyer leader.
Yeah, it was a destroyer leader. That was technically what they were procured as. but it was more a case of, yeah. Anyway, Rune von Bismarck. The US somehow agrees to hand over Hokkaido to the USSR. How do you see this potential North Japan developing, and would there be a Japan war alongside the Korean War? No, because Hokkaido doesn't have the population for there to be a Japan war alongside the Korean War. Plus, it's also separated by water. But
Yeah,
also,
it's
that would be a good way to cause a lot of issues with your Japan relationship, to break up, to hand over Hokkaido to the USSR, because that means you're also handing over some of the islands of Japan to the USSR, as they would take them back off it, and it would just, yeah, it would be a lot of issues. There's also a problem for America in that now they've broken their own island chain that secures that holds the Russians back themselves.
Yeah, that neatly ties in Vladivostok. I mean, it doesn't with Petropavlovsk, but Vladivostok is the main surface fleet base.
Yeah, it's basically a case of that's the reason why the Americans wouldn't want to do that. They wouldn't want to do that. Hello, Midnight Shade. So, yeah. Alright. It's worthwhile thinking about. And if you had a Japan war going alongside a Korean war, that would be a very different scenario, because that would be naval cutoff and invasion, amphibious operation, and nicest way, the issue is going to be, it depends. If you've left one part of Japan with the Emperor and you've tried to tell another part of Japan they don't need the Emperor, you might find yourself in trouble if you declare war on the part that still has the Emperor. In that period. I do not think that would go well. Whereas in Korea, well, the imperial family had basically been dropping in popularity for a very, very long time.
The other thing here is, if that was handed over to the Soviets, I doubt it would be a North Japan. It would be Soviet Hokkaido.
Yeah, at least that's what they tried to make it.
It would be part of the Soviet Union. Look at what they did with Sakhalin.
Yeah, which the Americans wouldn't have wanted to happen, and would have found very, very worrying if they had tried it. Dragon and Foxo. It's an Azur Lane question from Night01. In the new year 2026 events coming up in January, would you prefer real steel Dragon Emperor ships or the stuff from the Chinese Navy Z plan of the 1910s?
We're kind of running out, if not already out, of real steel Chinese ships. Unless we're going to start going to 1880 and earlier? We're already running around with some of the third-rate cruisers. Fox's response is she would prefer neither, understandably so. I'm not sure necessarily about the Chinese Z plan,
what gaming route?
there was that. I don't know. No, I don't think. There is a Chinese 8-inch cruiser design. I don't know if we've got it in game though, because it was meant to use the 200mm from for attackers that they originally had. Mm-hmm. When they moved over to the 203s instead of there was a proposal for a 3-twin 200mm gun Chinese heavy cruiser, which they looked at. I need to check if she is in game or not, but that would be interesting. But yeah, basically you're going to have to go to these random designs that you can pull up from nowhere. No, they aren't post-war. ROC ships that World War II USN. Not sure what you mean by that one, Knight, I have to admit, sorry, but I guess to be fair, some of the Chinese ships from post that period could work. But yeah, for being a core member of the Azur Lane, apparently, they've always been a very, very weird thing. I think that was just to appease China, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably.
It happens.
China. There was quite some time where China hadn't figured out this whole Navy thing.
Yeah. They have it. I would say the thing you've always got to remember is China is very much like Imperial Germany, where you have a navy, and the navy looks very good and very capable, but the army's always going to come first. The army is always going to come first, and with the land borders they've got, you can understand why the army's always got to come first.
The army needs some melee weapons to beat up Indians in the Himalayas.
Yeah.
Still the best use case for HEMA.
I don't think so, but we'll see what I... George, but is there any merit in giving up the Type 83 for Type 26 Batch 3, the one with 96 VLS? That's a terrible idea, an absolutely atrocious idea. Because the Type 26 is lovely, but the Type 26 is a ASW frigate. The Type 83 is supposed to be an area air defense and an ASW asset. It's going to be a larger destroyer. So basically, yes,
strike, right?
it's strike and ASW. It's going to have the capability to do both. And area air defense. It's basically a cruiser, but we're not calling it a cruiser at this point. We're calling it a destroyer. But it's a case of, if you don't have that, then you have the Type 45s going out of service, and you don't have area air defense for your formation. You don't have the powerful radars. You don't have the long-range missiles you need. And the Type 26, as good as it is as a ASW platform, is not able to be rapidly converted, the British version, into that. That's what the Australians... The reason the Australian Canadian ones are both... Well, honestly, they all seem to be expanding up to the 151.4 meters. We'll leave that to one side. Looking into it, they've all seemed to have expanded a bit up. The reason the Australians and Canadians put on as much weight as they did is because they're trying to do air defense as well as ASW, and in differing ways. So yeah, I'm sure people are going to be putting forward that idea, but it's the worst thing you can do from the perspective of actually maintaining naval capability and ability, because you'll just end up having to crash build something afterwards. That's the trouble. There are going to be people suggesting it, but you really don't want to do it. The Type 83... It's got a good program. It's coming along well. It's learning a lot from what went into the Type 26 program, what went into the Type 31 program. It's going to be a very good design when it comes through, if it's allowed to come to fruition. It's going to be bigger, much bigger than the Type 45s, but it's not going to require more crew, and it's going to be... Probably the main question we're going to be getting once we get the Type 83 into service is how many more of these can we get? Because whatever we do, we need more than 6, because they're going to be useful assets. It's going to be quite a step up in capability.
Given the growth we will probably see with the Flight 27 Burks, is it still going to be a baby Burke?
Well, look, in a nicest way, there was a suggestion recently that the U.S. Navy will still be procuring Arleigh Burkes in 2200. And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Remember, the escorts for the invasion of Alpha Centauri will be Arleigh Burke class.
Yeah.
Yes, with close air support by the B-52.
Yeah.
And
air dominance.
And
Don't forget, the B-52 will be doing air dominance as well by that point.
And it will be there
be
will
reopened
be
shortly,
Medusas mounted. There will be Medusas mounted.
Well, what they'll be doing is the British contingent will be using the FV-432.
Yes, we all know they will be. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in Imperial Germany from 1914, where the borders existed in 1914 for Germany, taking the place of existing territory, including colonies, appeared in 1801? How badly would Napoleon be defeated? The German army of 1914 versus the French army of 1801. Yeah, that's an annihilation.
Yeah, the world's going to be short one artilleryman, I can tell you that.
And would Germany go to war with Britain after dealing with the French?
Yes.
They probably wouldn't need to. The German ships at sea, including Space Force and Mudships, would be teleported back to Wilhelmshaven upon appearing. They could be, but you have to remember, if they turn up in 1801, there aren't the coaling places around the world for them to go to. So, whilst they will have coal supplies in Germany, the supplies of Welsh coal they need from the UK won't be available. It'll be there, but they won't be able to get hold of it. And B, there are not going to be the coaling stations around the world which they use for supporting their ships and moving their ships around. So it's going to be interesting what happens. It's one of those scenarios where they probably... there's also other options for them to do, which could be a lot easier to go for, and their
Like
army might be
punching
tempted
the
to go for.
Russians while they're down.
Yeah.
See Russia. Also, I think if you want to see how bad Napoleon is gonna get beaten, look at the colonial wars. Look at like the Herero Wars and similar stuff. It's gonna be about that.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. The one advantage Napoleon might have is that the railways really will stop at the German border. There will be no railway. There'll be no infrastructure they're used to at all beyond the German border. Because they'll go back more than a century. And you think about how much infrastructure gets built in the 19th century.
Every single piece of infrastructure gets built then.
And also
at this stage, don't forget that the King of England and, well, Great Britain is also king of a not insubstantial chunk of Germany. So that actually, the chances of the Germans then going to war against Britain are quite a lot lower.
Well, that part's been replaced by the newer part of by New Germany, but it's going to be there's going to be some interesting relationships.
10-gun, 12-inch HE broadside versus Santissima Trinidad.
What's Santissima Trinidad?
How many splinters are we getting?
None.
Enough.
There's nothing left.
About the same amount of splinters as there are of the Holy Cross.
That's gonna be an interesting salvo.
There's N+1 of those, so I mean, what you're saying is that there's a chance.
Yes.
Okay. Paul Amos, what do you envisage the smallest and largest uncrewed assets of a task force to be in the future? As said, I think you're going to end up with uncrewed sloops, or rather optionally crewed sloops, where you can have people coming aboard, which are going to be about 2,000 to 3,000 tons. But I wouldn't be surprised if you have some have uncrewed assets going right down to the hundreds of kilograms. The reason I say the 2,000 to 3,000 ton mark is because if you are going to take advantage of having vessels to basically be extra missiles and extra things working alongside you in a fleet operation, and you don't have an LPD with you to rearm them and refuel them the whole time, you're going to need something which is probably going to be what was destroyer size, so a large destroyer size for World War II, to keep up with your force and to be able to carry enough equipment and also all the computing power and all the things it needs and redundancy it needs for it to operate. Because one of the things people forget is they go, well, yes, we could replace the humans with systems. You can do, but those systems take up space, and then if you don't have humans aboard to maintain them and check on them on a regular basis, you need multiple versions of those systems, which also take up space. And then they need to have multiple interactions at various points so they can work with the other systems they're supposed to work with, and all that redundancy has to be built in, and it all adds on weight and space. But I wouldn't be surprised if you have a full range between them, but I wouldn't be surprised if the range stops at about 50 tons and then suddenly jumps up to about 2,000 tons, because 50 tons is about the size of a landing craft utility, and that's what can fit in an LP, fit in a landing platform dock into there to be rearmed and looked after. Anything bigger than that, you're starting to get onto a size which is too big. And it's one of the interesting things, again, I get into is people go, well, there are these systems which are 20-foot boats which can be made uncrewed and used as suicide bombs, and they can be used to, to attack ships and go out a long way. And they go, how far can they go out? Oh, they can go out 1,000 kilometers from the shore with their range of their fuel. And my military thought is, would I want to take a 20-foot boat loaded with explosives, even 100 nautical miles offshore into the Atlantic or the Pacific? With the size of waves you get out there.
They are good Black Sea vessels.
Yeah, they are very good Black
Here's-
Sea vessels. They are very
Here's
good.
the other thing.
I don't want to get anything wrong. They are very good Black Sea vessels, but the trouble is the moment you get out into waves, which the waves will be going over and crashing on them on a regular basis, they will probably not be working for much longer. This is the point when someone said, "Oh, well, if I could build 26,000 of them for the price of a Ford." You can, but the Ford can stand off 200 nautical miles out at sea, and you'll probably never be able to reach it.
The Ford can stand off at 800 nautical miles out at sea and laugh because they're even out of range then.
Well, yeah, honestly,
And
800
still
no.
pound you day in, day out.
Yeah, yes, but it could. What I'm saying is, it could get to 200 miles and be going, ha ha,
Yeah.
nothing can still reach me. It could probably get closer in certain days of the week.
Yeah, but besides all of that, right? These drones are highly effective in the Black Sea for one particular reason. And that reason is the Russians never took the suicide small craft threat seriously.
Mm.
They did not bother to learn from other people's lessons. They did the normal thing where they got to get hit in the face by a 2x4 to realize the 2x4 is there.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's the Russian Navy.
Like many of these
No, I would say, to be fair,
suicide
it's the Black
USVs are
Sea
the
fleet of
exact-
the Russian Navy.
on top of that, yeah.
Pushy.
Many of these Ukrainian suicide USVs are the exact same size as the target USVs used by Western navies to represent that threat.
Mm.
There might be a reason Western navies are not as worried about them as some commentators.
Oh, yeah, and as...
They're literally target drone size.
As I was talking about the other day, literally, this is one of the reasons why the 76mm from Colaborative, 57mm from BAE, and the 40mm have been developed and in service and being used against surface targets. People talk about these things now, and you sit there and go, well, hang on, we were talking about these about 20 years ago because the Iranians were kept playing with them, and the Straits of Hormuz. And we were all looking at our ships and going, what can we do to deal with this kind of attack? And now it's suddenly in everyone's, mindset of this is something that's really scary. And we're sort of going, yeah, you've caught up with us. Thank you. Thank you for paying attention.
The U.S. has been fielding guided, low-cost ammunition for the 57mm for 9 years, actually a little over more than 9 years now, closing in on 10.
Mm.
It is the primary ammunition for that gun.
There's actually an argument that says that the Royal Navy's configuration of the Type 31 is probably one of the dream systems for dealing with this sort of attack. Because of the sheer amount of 40mm and 57mm it can pump out at targets.
It can certainly defend itself really well, the 57mm.
Yeah.
I will caution the BAE 3P ammunition is not as good as they say.
No. In the nicest way.
It's actually quite bad in testing.
When have you ever known me to trust a single arms salesman when they're telling me something is so good?
Exactly.
Usually, the more they tell me it's good, I sit there. Dan will testify. He's walked around arms trade fairs with me and has watched me look at them and go, the more they tell me how good their system is, the more cynical I get.
Well, the funny thing with that 3P ammo is it's been tested. Like live tested against a swarm of these things, all unmanned USVs, target vessels, right? And it failed abysmally. Like, yeah, the rounds were working, but you just wasn't able to deal with the threat. So that's where Alamo comes in. Able to start getting hits at a much longer range, start knocking targets out much earlier, and so you're able to push through it.
Can I say, actually, though, my preferred methodology of dealing with them is Volcano from the Otto Breda 76.
Volcano is on the 127. You're thinking of Dart.
No, Dart is the air defense one. Volcano is on the 76.
Dart is air defense and anti-surface.
Yeah, but you can also use the Volcano on the 76. Go look it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll take your word for it.
I had / felt compelled to explain to the guy who sold me my Tacoma that no, drones are not a panacea system. Not even close.
The other thing I will mention, the reason I like Alamo so much. I'd prefer it in 76 over 57, but it's neither here nor there.
Well, the volcano can reach out to 40 kilometers in 76 millimeter.
Yeah.
They're claiming.
It's a rocket assist, so.
Yeah.
The reason I like the Alamo for this role specifically is it's cheap. It's there once it's fire and forget. It's not like a dart, which is primarily what the Italians use for the anti-USV. Out of the 76, the Volcano looks like is primarily a land attack munition for them. I'm not saying it doesn't have a secondary. I'm just saying that's what it appears that the Italian Navy uses it as.
I know what the Italian Navy originally procured it as. I also know what their current what's been worked on it for the last couple of years, and it's they didn't mean it to, and then they took part in an exercise, and someone had the idea of trying it, and they found it worked, so they've been pushing it forward. And yes, Italian captain went, well, I know this isn't supposed to work, but let's see if it does. Because he had the 5-inch version of the Volcano, which of course goes out a really long way. And that was helpful. But can someone please show the meditating Raven how to put a question in? We'll open the questions in a second, because I think we're almost through to 20. Because they've got a good one about the Spanish Armada, and I want to make sure that's in the questions when they come through.
I got them.
Thank you.
But yeah, when it comes to unmanned vessels in a task force, at least I'll talk about how the U.S. Navy is approaching it right now. You're broadly going to be looking at ships Sea Hunter size. So if you're not familiar with that, just type Sea Hunter USV into Google. Those sort of vessels are going to be used for that sort of size range, towed array sonars, ESM, so electronic support / surveillance measures, electronic countermeasures, stuff like that. The real small stuff that's surface vessels that the U.S. Navy uses is typically not going to be alongside task groups. It's more general maritime surveillance, so understanding maritime reconnaissance, understanding ocean conditions, your sea states, your water temperatures, where your thermal layer is, if there's a thermal layer, if you have a very serious and strong acoustic duct present, all sorts of stuff like that. The U.S. Navy already uses those extensively, but they're not part of a task group. Where you start getting up to that Sea Hunter size, then you go to things like Ranger, which is derived from a very, very common offshore support vessel here in the U.S. They support oil rigs. They've actually typically got a pretty incredible range to them and a big old open deck that you can put containerized payloads in.
Okay.
And those have already done exercises where they've crossed the Pacific, moving port to port. The Navy and DARPA just actually completed a successful unmanned refueling of these things, where there were no crew on board them while they were refueled. And then you go up to the larger sort of off-board magazine style of ship. I think the U.S. Navy was looking at something in the 3,000 to 4,000 ton range, I think.
I know the U.S. Navy is always going to try to go slightly bigger than I'm going to pretty much everyone else is. I think everyone else is going to end up.
But I think they were looking at like throwing a 64 cell strike length mag in block in there.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise
and still
me.
maintaining the range. Yeah. So
we've got, just to tell people what we've got coming up, we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 questions. We'll reopen when we get to 5 left. So we've got 6 questions and we'll reopen the questions. Another one for Dragon Foxo from Knight. How plausible do you find the idea that retired civilian cargo and ocean liner Canson, after operating companies retired them, were given to the Azur Lane?
Not very.
Yeah.
Mostly because if they're Kents, then they're probably already part of Azure Lane. To be brutally honest.
Yeah.
And I just don't necessarily see why, if they've retired, they would then go into a high stress, potentially high combat area. Because if they've retired, that usually means they're probably getting on a bit. So, unless it's one of the ones I retired relatively early on, but yeah, in general, I think they would already be part of it personally, if they were formed.
The only thing I could think of is if they're going to be used as kind of depot ships. Or some sort of equivalent.
Possibly, but there's logistic ships for that, though.
Yeah.
One of them even carries around spare Yamato turrets and barrels, so...
Oh, good lord. Alright. Well, to move on then to the next question. Moss Shaw, who are the best admirals at bringing up others? Looking at overall quality of their coaching tree. Maurice Suckling was very good, but he was a captain. He was Nelson's uncle, and he was very, very good. There was Admiral Byng, not the one who got executed, the one who his father. And one of the reasons why Admiral Byng does as well as he does in his career is because his father has brought up so many people and has been so good at training people. And actual Admiral Byng, the father, the one who wasn't executed, his line of patronage stretches right into the modern Royal Navy, including the guy who is probably the next First Sea Lord. Probably the next one to come is from that same line of patronage. You can follow it back that far. It's one of those interesting things when you follow the Royal Navy. The US Navy doesn't really have the same patronage system. They do have officers who were quite good at spotting people and promoting them up. Arleigh Burke was actually pretty darn good at it.
King was actually too.
But yeah, the French Navy had quite a good system going until they had the Juno Cole. Then it caused such political massive infighting and actually wrecked all their patronage systems, and they had to rebuild from scratch. And they now are on their fourth rebuilding of it. But basically, patronage, you have to remember, the patronage gets a very bad rep because as people see it when it's used badly, when people promote people because they're their friends. The idea of patronage is that you were, especially as it was often evaluated in the time we're talking about the Age of Sail, the idea was you were, looking for able officers to serve under you so you could trust them to do things in times when you couldn't communicate with them. So they would act as you when you couldn't talk to them, which on Age of Sail was a constant problem. But also, they would be representatives of you. So if I've suggested someone be promoted and they turn out to be completely useless, I will be considered useless. So I don't want to promote people who are not good. This is why you end up with almost fights going over on the very best candidates over who's going to be their patron, who's going to promote them, which group they're going to belong to, which line of thought. And you also get occasionally people recommending people on to different lines of thought when they go, this is a good officer, but they don't belong in my school, but I think they would belong in yours, and there'll be people passed between the schools. So patronage, when it's done right, it's about almost securing your legacy by making sure there are smart officers who you think who share your views on how to defend your nation and how to properly do your naval service are being pushed up and are being given opportunities to show how good they are. But you can't promote people who are blind followers of your ideas because they will fall apart the moment they're not with you. The moment they're out of contact with you, they'll collapse and you'll look bad. So you have to promote people who think for themselves, but who you also think will act in the way you would act, and that's how you end up with a patronage stream going down hundreds of years. It's a fun thing.
I just have visions of Admiral Vian, and it's like, so who have you got for your who are you being patron for? Well, you see this rabid wolf.
Actually,
I've already tested it out with command of a tribal class destroyer. Oh, what happened?
It ate the destroyer.
Do you want to know something fun?
Ate a German convoy, and then started going to try and find the Italians, which was a bit embarrassing because At that stage, they'd actually changed sides to ours, but it decided it still wanted to have a
Dan,
go.
do you want something fun? Okay.
Yeah.
Michael Clapp and Philip Vian are part of the same patronage tree.
But
Really?
it's not really unthinking violent. That's the thing.
Yeah, they are. They are part of the. Go back and listen to the video, the chats I've done with Michael Clapp over the years in terms of things, and you'll listen to him and then go, he's part of the same patronage tree as Philip Vian. And that's the thing, is the patronage tree doesn't necessarily require you to be in a specific branch of the Navy. It does stretch. They do stretch across the different branches, and it's a rather interesting sort of system.
How official are those?
Official, completely unofficial. But you can track them. You can track them if you know what you're looking for. You can track them quite easily, the whole way back.
Do the officers know what lineages they're
Oh,
part
they do.
of?
They're proud of it. They are proud of it. Philip Vian, if you look at his speeches, for some reason he always quotes Admiral Duncan. He never quotes Nelson in his speech when he's quoting an old admiral in his speeches, right? Do you know why that is?
Duncan is his patronage tree.
That
Nelson isn't?
is Duncan. Nelson isn't. Yeah. So, that's the thing. You will find, you can often work out, it's one of the ways you can work out. You start looking, so this officer, so this officer, so this officer, and they like to quote from these officers in the past. Okay, these were all part of this patronage tree, so with these officers, Ah, yes, this is where it's come from. And that's often one of the ways you'll work out which officers, who they are, which patronage tree they're from, who they're quoting from the past, which of the quotes have been passed down their patronage tree. It's completely informal, and it's completely wonderful in its own way.
Do these patronage trees have names?
So, they don't really have official names, but I do actually have. I have mentally named them all, and when I say I've mentally named them all, some of them were named in discussion with things like colleagues like Andrew Lambert, and we were having a discussion. We were naming them, and we have. Some of them have names. Some of them. One interesting thing was when I pointed out to him that there was an engineering one, which had sort of escaped his notice. But then once you realise there's been an engineering one going since about the 1890s, and that's quite a strong one in the Royal Navy's engineering. And when you start to realise that patronage tree has basically provided the senior engineering officer of the Royal Navy 9 times out of 10 for the last 100 and something years. Yeah.
I wonder if the German Navy has something similar, or if they are just.
Unfortunately, they had, in the gutting that happened after World War One, they lost a lot of it. But they did have it in the Kaiserliche Marine.
Yeah, because that was a lot of it was.
And then you had the gutting.
After...
Yeah, and then you had the gutting post World War Two, and basically they've lost it. But it's still fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Wayne's got to decide, what do you think would be a good corvette for the Royal Canadian Navy? I'm not sure necessarily a corvette is a good fit for the Royal Canadian Navy. If I was going for something, I'd be looking at basically what the Finns and others are building and look at that. But the thing is, for the Canadians, they need something which has got quite long legs on it. So you either want to drop down and exchange for combat power for range and ability to operate in icy environments, and go something like the Nudderusmusen. That sort of design tree. Not the Nudderusmusen, because that's a bit old now, but probably go something based on that sort of idea from Denmark. Or you're going to want to bump up, and you want to go, it's going to sound strange, Type 31, either Hudfelt, descendant, again from the Danish options, British light frigate design, and try and go for something which is on that spectrum as your sort of corvette, but you're going for a light frigate because whilst it's going to be Corvette firepower, realistically, it's got the legs to be longer range and spend longer out there. Because the trouble is for Canada, it's none of the distances are short. It's like Australia. None of the distances are short. You need legs. You need to be able to out for quite a while.
And theoretically you would have to be able to go through the Cape, go the southern route to the other coast.
You tend to head to the Panama Canal.
Panama Canal.
Yeah.
But
I think part of the reason they're looking at the Corvettes is they're looking at maybe the northern route over the top of Canada, and what do they really want to get potentially stuck up there, and possibly it's not a Type 26. So they're looking at ice-breaking style ships, they're looking at those sort of things, but also you can make a Type 31 hull pretty darn up to spec for dealing with quite heavy ice, and that could be quite useful. It's not icebreaker. Well, when I say it's not icebreaker, it's not the grade we use for the going through heavy pack ice or anything like that. But you can put it up to a level at which it's going to be able to go through an icy place.
Alex, I would dare to say that lengthened Pohjanmaa class would do them fine.
Yeah, but then you've got to lengthen it out and sort all the things. And once you start lengthening, the trouble is once you start playing around those points of design. And this is the point to the Canadians, and this is the reality they have. You have to start making a lot of decisions about design and procurement. And what the Canadians so far have got is they've got a good build team, but they openly admit, maybe not publicly, but openly admit, they haven't really built up the design team they need domestically. If they want to make major changes to a design. So they have to get someone else to make those changes for them. Which is one of the reasons why the Type 26 is like it is. A lot of its design changes were done elsewhere. But yeah, the OPVs of the Thai navies are pretty darn good, yes. But the trouble is, the reason I didn't bring it up is because their hulls were not designed at any point in terms of architecture with that colder water in mind. They're good vessels, but they never at no point when they were designing those hulls they think that at some point you might be dealing with a huge amount of ice. It didn't come up in their perspective. A lot of other things. They're very good at dealing with storms. They're very good at dealing with a lot of the water events and events you'd expect in their region. And this is again one of the things that comes up. To an extent, your geography starts to limit your procurement options. And I try and explain this sometimes. And Cyclic has had similar discussions with Cyclic about this because I know he's agreed with me on this one. Is that some of the procurements really get people go, well, it'd be really good to buy this ship, and you sit there and go, no, because it was never designed with your geography in mind. And you actually do have to think about geography when you're procuring. And some of the reasons why some procurements recently, I think, have failed is because they weren't procured with geography in mind. They were looking at the stat sheet, not the geography, if that makes sense.
It's the bits of the ship that don't appear in those sorts of list of characteristics that you'll have up on a nice infographic or something is kind of what kind of weather it's designed for, operating acceptably and adequately in, so which would potentially include things like your metacentric heights and things.
Yeah.
Where your bulkheads are located.
Yeah. And people often use that phrase and start talking about damage control. But weather is a major factor in ship design.
Yeah.
It's a major factor. It's one of the things why when some people sort of turn around and go, well, why can't we do this and this with the British shipping? Why can't we buy this? I'm sitting there going, no. And they're going, but it works perfectly well in let's say in the Mediterranean. And I go, yes, in the Mediterranean. We exist in this thing called the North Atlantic, the North Sea, and the South Atlantic. That's our home waters. Then we have other interests around the world, and we are one of the world's largest economies and one of the world's nations most exposed. There's an argument between Japan and the UK which one is most exposed to maritime trade and the issues of maritime trade when there are issues at sea, how much their economy gets damaged as a percentage point of their economy. Some nations might actually lose bigger amounts, but as a percentage of their economy, when there's a disruption in global trade, Britain and Japan are the two nations which suffer the greatest percentages for their economies. And we need ships that reflect that. And that was actually the thing which broke the Horizon frigate project for the British. Was literally the frigate that the Italians and French wanted couldn't do the geographical needs that Britain wanted, which is why we ended up with the Type 45s. And you look at all the differences between the Type 45 and the Horizon class frigates, and you sit there and go, none of them are to do with weapons fit. They're all to do with geography. It's what happens. All right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what are your thoughts on this as a battle group to aid the Allies in World War II through the Atlantic, Pacific and Mediterranean? Time appearance is March 1st, 1939. The battle group was comprised of 2 Lion-class battleships, 4 Vanguard-class battlecruisers, 8 Dido-class light cruisers, 16 Tribal-class destroyers, 24 Black Swan escorts. They appear in harbour together with full crews. Well, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, if that appeared in the Royal Navy in March 1st, 1939... that would be a very interesting event, and the Royal Navy would be very, very happy.
Let's still be talking about it today.
There might be a very, very interesting set of things that happen in the North Atlantic.
Well, with 4 Vanguards and 2 Lions and 8 Didos as backup, plus an extra 16 Tribals on top of the 16 they already have, 24 Black Swans. 24 Black Swans at the beginning of the conflict could be murder on the Kriegsmarine submarine force, the U-boat force, because you consider how many U-boats they have. 24 Black Swans in full service before World War II begins are going to do absolutely evil work on the U-boats. Norway might not just be a bad point for their destroyer force, it might be a bad point for their submarine force. And if you think about it, the reason it caused such a problem for their destroyer force is it caused them to lose a whole generation of officers, pretty much, which meant they couldn't rebuild it as quickly as they wanted to. If you lost a similar generation of U-boat commanders and U-boat crews in Norway as you did destroyers, that could actually fundamentally undermine their naval effort at their Battle Atlantic for the entirety of the war.
Oops.
Hood's getting
The other thing with Norway.
Carry on.
The other thing with the Norwegian campaign is the Royal Navy has access to 4 fast additional heavy units.
Yeah. Well, 6.
That
because the Lions are 28 knot, are 30 knots.
True, actually, yeah, I forgot about that. I'm just thinking of the Vanguard specifically and what that's going to allow.
Well, that means in the nicest way,
There.
Sharnhorse and Eisenhower, if they go out, are getting caught by Renown and Pals.
Yeah. Like, the Royal Navy in this scenario has enough to transport the landing force and fight the Kriegsmarine as they come out at the same time. And that's a huge deal. That's the lack of that capability was pivotal is the wrong word, but a big reason as to why that campaign played out the way it did. Mm-hmm. And something even smaller than this, if you end the war with the Royal Navy, if you take a group of the Royal Navy's amphibious capabilities from the end of the war, just enough to transport that landing force and get them off of the cruisers, that right there completely changes that campaign.
That's interesting because they have all the landing craft, they just don't have the landing craft transports. So they're all supposed to be taken by cruiser davits. They'd even worked it out so the Army's planned light tank could fit on a landing craft, and then the Army came in and went, "Oh, our light tank, by the way, has doubled in weight." And the Navy went, "Oh, thank God we estimate it would increase, but we estimate it would increase by 50% over what you're promising us." And the Army, you know what? There's actually notes of the meeting where the Army general turns around and accuses the Navy of believing they were lying because the Navy had budgeted for 50% more weight than they'd said was needed.
The gall.
And the Navy was
Yes,
going,
and you-
"We knew it would expand in weight, you moron," in very polite ways. It's an interesting meeting to read the minutes of.
We invented them, for goodness sake.
Oh, but no. The interesting thing is, at the beginning of the war, the Didos would be interesting, but they would have more of an impact as war went on, especially in the Mediterranean campaign, having those in early on. The Tribals and the Black Swans are going to cause issues for the submarines, and well, if Scharnhorst and Gneisenau end up getting killed, and they also lose their submarines and as well as their destroyers in Norway in similar numbers, then you could end up with the Germans not carrying out any operations with Bismarck and Tirpitz. They might not even finish them off. That Hitler might have an absolute fit about his ships. Alternatively, you could have the scenario where they might not even launch Norway with that amount of force facing them. They might go, "There's no chance." There again, that would have been the sensible solution when they actually did it, so they probably still do it. But yeah, it's a case of if Norway, they may or may not, they may end up losing even more. They may still win on the land in Norway. That's going to depend on the Norwegian government more than anything. But if they lose more, it's going to affect how they perform at sea. That's going to free up forces for the Mediterranean. If you have more force in the Mediterranean, if you have a couple of Lions hanging around with the British Mediterranean fleet, then the Royal Navy, then it's the nicest way. Things like the Battle of Matapan, they're not getting away. Yes, the cruisers are getting annihilated, but a pair of 30-knot Lions could catch up with that force and do a lot of damage.
Hello, welcome. I have visions of it being, "Hello, welcome to the massacre of Cape Matapan, where the Italian Navy died."
The Italian Navy are very good, but against two battleships, each capable doing 30 knots with 9 16-inch guns, probably escorted by cruisers and destroyers, that's not going to be a fair fight. No. That's
honestly,
that's what the Royal Navy
honestly,
prefers.
that fight, even if it's just the 4 vanguards in that fight, that's not a fair fight.
No,
like at all. Yes, they're rocking the older 15-inch guns, but it doesn't matter. You have 4, and they're well armored enough.
Yeah, and the thing is, the more you get built on forces like that, then you end up with a 4C scenario where you've got possibly Vanguard-class battle cruisers and aircraft carriers probably there because they've been freed up for operations, and suddenly 4C is that much bigger. As I try and explain to people, the wars are often, world wars especially, are cumulative things. So it's because it takes a long time to replace your losses. What you start with is obviously sometimes what you end with, minus what you lose. So anything which increases your starting amount and reduces and has an ability to reduce your losses means that you have more at critical junctions to have in more areas, and that can then build up and have a more cumulative effect. Because if you can turn up with 4 ships rather than 3, then the odds of you losing one actually goes down. Because you're able to subdue the enemy that much more quickly. You're able to put them down that much more efficiently. So this is the thing with when we get a question like this. It's a cumulative factor as it builds up through the war. And that's quite a lot of capabilities being built up and built in. There's also the question of, do you actually still work on Anson and Howe if you've got... it's going to be an interesting thing, what happens in terms of capital ship construction during the war for the Royal Navy, but that might mean if they don't need to end up not stopping building Vanguard and they don't restart Anson and Howe because they've got the Lions and they've got the Vanguards, then they possibly put more money into the carrier program, in the carrier constructions, and then who knows what gets finished off during the war in terms of the carriers. Ace pilots. What would World War II in the Pacific look like if at Midway the Japanese retreated without losing their carriers and not sinking any US carriers? There'd be another carrier battle a few months later. And the Americans would hopefully have more carriers there. That would be
It
it.
stretches the war out by X time.
Possibly not even by that much.
I mean, X
Because-
time could be 5 minutes.
Because you see, the thing is, if you have a battle where the Americans come in and they've got more resources there because they've been managed to bring more online in that time, or more has been made available in that time. So instead of turning up to Midway with 3 carriers, they're able to turn up with 4, or maybe even 5, to their equivalent of Midway. That is then going to change the odds, because again, one of the problems the Americans have, and one of the reasons why they lose the ships they do at Midway, is because they don't have enough carriers, they don't have enough force. They've scratched together everything they can to get that there. But as I talked about before, and this makes people somewhat upset sometimes, I go, the US Navy doesn't have a bottomless pit of destroyers, and they often have a shortage of destroyers, and that's why at points in the Battle Atlantic during World War II, not only is the Royal Canadian Navy ahead of the US Navy and the Royal Navy, sometimes in the number of vessels they're committing to the Battle Atlantic, sometimes the US Coast Guard is actually committing more units to the Battle Atlantic than the US Navy, because the US Navy doesn't have the spare assets to go around. So the US is always very involved in the Battle Atlantic, but at certain points the US Navy ebbs and flows because they don't have the spare ships, because they don't have enough destroyers. Because the 1938 two fleet plan, two ocean navy, bill, didn't include enough destroyers ordered. It's the 1941 which has enough destroyers ordered, isn't it?
And that takes time.
Yeah, to deliver them. The 1938 Navy plan, two ocean native plan, is one of the most interesting documents I've ever read, because it's got all this money for top-line units, and basically destroyers at the end will give a little bit of a dribble to.
Destroyers, we will buy some.
And
we imply more than one by this wording, but
Yeah.
don't commit to anything more than that.
And this is the reality. This is what... And when I say this, sometimes people get into trouble and say, you're being nuts about the US. No, the US Navy can't be where it doesn't have ships to be there. And it only has the ships it's able to be given. It's actually given by Congress. The US Navy cannot go, more ships, please, Jenkins. More ships. It doesn't work that way. We're signing a contract, we'll get a ship in 2 years' time. That's if everything goes to plan.
Yeah, that's the other thing. There's this sort of attitude that, oh, the war started and we ordered all these ships and they appeared within the war. No, they were ordered 4 years before.
Yes. Well, that's the point I tend to make about the Flag-class corvettes when people tell me they're war emergency programs. They're all ordered in 1939 before the war even begins. Same with the Hunt-class escort destroyers. They're all ordered before war begins. And yes, the Coast Guard get up to all sorts of fun shenanigans in the Battle Atlantic. They really do. Carrot 1151. If the UK government had a fit and expanded the Royal Navy to a decent size, how much of a bottleneck would be training of officers men would be? Would there be enough senior officers in the NCOs available? You'd probably have to recall quite a few people who've left the service in the last couple of years to find enough senior NCOs and senior officers. There would probably be, especially for people like schooling positions and certain other staff positions, there might be some instant commissions going out. They would probably also try and offer some reservists some regular contracts, because that would also be a way of expanding it. But the thing is, the pace of naval construction is such, and even if you do have it, that you probably have time to fix the bottleneck before it gets bad, before it happens. You're going to need a few things, but not much. It's doable, basically. What if Bismarck surrendered after the first salvo from Rodney?
Well, I think we'd still be laughing about it today.
Potentially,
Yeah.
but also you'd probably have Admiral Tovey experiencing what Admiral Cunningham had dreaded after the Battle of Matapan. tribal class destroyers and probably a Polish destroyer trying to take an enemy battleship or cruiser in tow to take it home as a war prize.
Yeah, you just hear all the escorts going, mine, mine, mine,
Yeah.
mine, mine.
And it's
Yeah,
just,
that would be a really nice sight to see.
it would be.
Anyways,
Literally, it became very close to getting polar. Very, very close to polar. We are now down to 4 questions. So yes, questions open.
can I open? Yes.
So
Take
if
another
they do
tab,
somehow
please.
take her, if they somehow do take her as a prize, I presume she'll be mostly used for testing and then scrapped. Would that
Or
be a
just
little bit
war
like the logical
bombs.
approach?
So many
Also-
war bombs.
Also,
She'd be taken.
do the crew get prize money?
A, prize money, yes, and also B, she would be taken to Canada, not Britain. Anyone want to guess why?
Britain is in airstrike range.
Potentially, but also there's something else, something even more useful. You want to show the American public you're still fighting? You bring into Halifax Harbour, where lots of American reporters can very easily get to, and lots of American politicians can easily get to, the German flagship. With Admiral and crew as prisoners.
I can only imagine that. Yes, the Germans may have blew up our flagship, but we stole theirs.
Mm-hmm. And also, then you probably talk about recommissioning into the Royal Navy. You probably at least put a Royal Navy battle ensign or a flag on it and various other things. You might not actually do anything with it, but you talk about it a lot.
Would you rename it?
No. This is the Royal Navy.
No,
At one
the
point,
phrase HMS Bismarck is so...
We're talking about a navy which at one point had more ships in its service named after Louis XIV than Louis XIV had in his own fleet. Literally,
Also,
that is the Royal Navy's metaphor. The Royal Navy doesn't rename the ship to an anglicised name. They take the name, they put HMS... They went through the whole... in order to keep HMS President as a name in the Royal Navy after they captured off the Americans, they went through the entire British government to find someone who had the title of President, and they came to the guy in charge of the Board of Trade, who by tradition was called the President of the Board of Trade. Never before has someone at that level of government had a ship named for him. The Royal Navy now needed to say that ship was named for him, and that's why they have an HMS President in service. To this day, by the way, HMS President is in service of the Royal Navy. It's the name for the Royal Navy's Stone frigate in London, which is the R&R base. Yeah. That is
Very cool, man.
You have to remember, the Royal Navy is that level of petty. It has
I mean,
been
they
for
kept-
several hundred years. It's not changing now.
It was the ship they renamed that they kept, and then they would commission new ships with the same name.
Yes.
With things like Ville de Paris.
Yes, Ville de Paris was a very, very popular one.
Fox was pointing out that there's been 3 HMS Neptunes, a British one, a French one, and a Dutch one at various points.
Yes.
I think HMS Bismarck would become a traditional name.
Mhm.
Apparently they were at the same time, is she saying, so that
Yes.
would be awkward. But
At one point, they were in a battle with each other. George Newman, can you give a more detailed explanation of what's happening with the Chinese carrier? Which one? Because they're all going through various positions. The Chinese are currently doing trials with their Type 004. The Type 003, the 1, 2, and 3 are all working up and helping them develop their naval aviation strength. The 004 is probably their first, I would say, true Catabar carrier. Rather than Stobar. Now that's short takeoff, barrier assisted recovery versus catapult assisted takeoff and barrier assisted recovery.
There's only 3 Chinese carriers right now.
The-
Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian.
No, there's the Type
Fujian
004
003.
is...
4 is in construction.
Yeah,
That's
and it's
the one
going...
that's believed to be nuclear.
Um,
It's nowhere near trials yet.
which is the
It's
one...
not even fully assembled. There's 3.
Where have I added one a Japanese, a Chinese carrier in my head for some reason? I've
I
added another
don't know,
Chinese.
but there's only 3.
I've added a Chinese carrier in my head, and I have no idea. Oh, yes, the LHDs.
Don't worry, they're planning on 9,
It's
trying
the-
to get 9 by the mid-2030s.
It was the LHDs. Suddenly I was going, hang on, no, you're thinking of the LHD. Thanks for correcting me on that one. I was getting my LHDs in with my carriers because the Chinese have done an LHD which also has emails in it on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, for drones, fixed wing.
And and they've been doing testing on some testing's been on that, but also the 003 is going through testing, and it's working up. We're going to see what the Fujian does. We're going to see what it does. It's interesting to me that they've gone with the drone approach for their LHDs, but it's not surprising. And the emails approach, I would say. One of the interesting things, the reasons they've gone for that is because the Chinese and their approach to these things is they're trying to get as much commonality between their air groups as possible. They really are. I talked about this a while back in terms of the British doctrine, and the original plan, which was going to lead to the Queen Elizabeth class carriers, included 3 LHDs, which would look remarkably similar to the Trieste class, which the Italians had commissioned, even down to very similar arrangements of island structures and all these things. And the idea was you could use F-35Bs or Harriers from all of them. You could use the same aircraft from all of them. So you could have 5 flight decks. 3 of them would also have well decks, so they would be your amphibious ships, but you have 5 flight decks, so you could always guarantee the availability of 2. So you'd always be able to, if you didn't have both carriers available because they were, I don't know, one was damaged and one was in refit, you could use one of the LHDs as a impromptu, as a ad hoc strike carrier in a lesser sort of configuration, and that was the sort of the thing. And if you didn't found yourself without any of the LHDs available, then one of the carriers could stand in as an LPH, a landing platform helicopter, to launch the assault aircraft. That was the idea, which was a very sensible idea for the British because it made use of the size of the force we were likely going to have to make sure we'd always have the availability of aircraft. Unlike the French with the Mistrals and the Charles de Gaulle, which use completely different air groups, and therefore you really can't intermix between the two. You don't have any commonality going on. To me, the Chinese
Alex,
are going down the
could you-
same route. They are trying to build up their force and their structure. I'm presuming you want me to turn off the question live.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. They're going down a very similar route. They want to build up their force as quickly as they can, and for that means they need to maximize the assets which can actually operate these things. So if they can operate the same drones off their LHDs as off their carriers, then it means they can work more on their drones without interfering with their carrier operations. They can help develop their carrier operations. If they can use the same helicopters, if they're using sort of starting to build the same aircraft, they can generate knowledge more quickly. And the Chinese follow a very iterative development task. They don't tend to make great leaps. They tend to do iterations in their development. And it's a very conservative methodology, but it's a very sensible methodology as it doesn't risk much. It tends to give you a slower but more steadier progress in terms of the development. It means you don't make the great leaps, but you also don't make great mistakes. And that's what the Chinese are sort of currently doing. So, yeah. There we go. And the reason why the open sign was still open was because I was in the middle of answering a question and I hadn't realised the questions had closed. Trieste carries a light frigate equivalent in firepower. Trieste is a gorgeous ship. Trieste is, if I was put in charge of building an LHD for any medium power, i.e. France, Britain, Australia, anyone at this moment, I would literally be looking at the Trieste design and going, how do I make that fit my needs? Because that is a very sweet spot.
Yeah, if you have a Stovall capability, yes.
Yeah.
If you don't, then you got to make the decision, do you want to do some sort of drone Stobar, or do you just want to focus on the helicopter capabilities? Which, hey, that can be a valid thing to do.
It can be. It can be. It depends on where you are.
Depends on what you need.
But but I think we all agree that don't take it the strong way. But the San Carlos, the Juan Carlos design, the box that the Spanish build and have churned out around the world and is producing many versions of.
Kill it with fire. Put it out of our misery.
There's part of me which appreciates the fact that its form is dictated by its function so much. But it's also part of me which is going, oh my god, you have produced very beautiful ships in the past, Spain. What happened to you then? What happened to you? What happened to you?
Well, see, here's what I'm left wondering regarding Spain.
Yeah?
I understand the ambition for we want, close air support for amphibious landings, right? But like, notionally, that capability is pointed at Morocco. Lord knows they don't have the capability to do it anywhere else, anyways, so they don't spend the money. And if they were looking at a Morocco contingency, it's literally right there.
Mm-hmm.
Just do land-based aircraft and have your LHD be an LHD with helicopters. Save yourself some money, pack more capability in for the cost, or pack more capability in for the same cost, focused on what you need, and do the the fixed wing stuff from Spain, because you're not even 2 hours away at cruising speed. You're far less. Like you're literally right there. I find, and I know part of this was, well, we want to keep our naval aviation around, but at some point you gotta kind of sit there as a Navy and go, we are not getting the means to do this from the government. We have to at some point relinquish this in order to keep a fleet that is capable of doing the jobs that it needs to do, and you need to understand what those jobs are.
I think again, Spain has suffered from the has suffered a lot from the end of the Cold War, in that a lot of nations stopped thinking wars were a reality, so they started thinking about defense procurement as job creation programs and jobs programs, and they didn't really think about it as, they wanted the image of defense about the reality, because they didn't think there was going to really need to be a reality. And that's the trouble. That's what you're dealing with, because there hasn't been much strategy. There hasn't been much thought about these things. And you've got lots of nations which are now looking at their forces and going, oh, frigate, how are we going to fix this? It'll be interesting to see some of the fixes which do come through in the next few years. Penguin Cannon, in hindsight, was the Russian-style approach of no super firing, all centralized layout the correct one for them with dreadnoughts? It certainly made it easier for them to build. It certainly was a sensible option for them with building and construction. Longer term, I don't necessarily think so. I think it would have been a good idea for the next generation, but for the generation they're building, yeah. Knight 681, how would you dispel the idea the USN has lost its specific hegemony and naval dominance to China? To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the small specific nations weren't thinking this. I'd say if small nations are thinking this, it's because in terms of engagement and diplomatic engagement, the Chinese have been far more consistently there than pretty much anyone else. Even New Zealand is losing out in that engagement race. And traditionally, New Zealand used to love doing engagement with the Micronesia and places in the Pacific. And that's the trouble, because again, a lot of diplomacy. Look, a lot of people started to think that you only need to do, if people were present at the United Nations, you didn't need to go to them. You could just talk to them at the UN. And therefore, especially the ambassadorships to those places became less and less important. And in some nations, they're part of a career path. In other nations, they are... Okay, I'm going to turn over to the Americans in this group, because we've got Cyclic and Runon's disappeared. What would we describe the appointment of ambassadors to some country, to minor countries in the US system as?
That wildly depends on what the president at the time thinks.
Yep.
And the Secretary of State.
Yep.
In some cases, it's we need to focus on this area. In other cases, it's who are you? Just pick one.
In some cases, it's this person was a major donor to my campaign, and they want an ambassadorship. And okay, that can actually, in fairness to the Americans, that has at points in their history produced some really great ambassadors. Often really surprisingly, but really great ambassadors. But it's also produced a fair number of duds, like Daddy Kennedy. Who was considered a complete and utter dud by everyone involved, including the Germans, who he loves so much. Yeah, it's one of the things of he really wasn't a good ambassador. It was the phrase was he cannot hide anything on his face. So no matter what he was saying, you could tell what he was thinking on his face. So it really made him not a good ambassador. Surprising for someone who was quite such a good politician, but possibly he knew enough. He was good. That's possibly also why it was the case, because in America he knew the things to do to hide his face, hide his emotions to fit in the culture in America, but that didn't then work when he was doing it in Europe, or I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, but this means that it's not hegemony in the Pacific is not just about naval power. It's also about diplomatic power and how you connect to these places and how many times you visit them. And I would also say I would be wary about anyone who's saying that China has managed to displace America currently under the current situation in terms of their strength and capability. However, diplomatically, I think they have in some of those nations, in quite a lot of them, because of their concerted effort. And that is going to give them the perception of power. Even if they haven't actually displaced the Americans, if they've achieved the perception, that is a good chunk towards that direction. And they've done that by concerted diplomatic effort and by honestly turning up with checkbooks. If you go and look at a lot of those nations, they, especially ones which are dependent upon tourists, they're dependent upon Western tourists, money from the Gulf, often providing the backing investment, and often arranged through Chinese banks by Chinese diplomats with the aid of a Chinese workforce to come build them. That has been what has happened in a lot of those cases. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And that's important to those countries, because if you're assisting them in helping their economy out, in helping them give them a viable economy, and especially remember, these are nations which are really looking at climate change as a national threat to their survival, because ocean rises are really threatening their islands. Someone who's actually prepared to support them and help them and actually showing up is going to seem a lot more important than someone who might be more powerful but who hasn't been paying them any attention. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. And to answer how would I dispel that idea, you've got to do engagement. A lot of engagement. That's the only way you can fight perception is with reality. And that means you have to make sure the reality actually the reality is visible. If perception is dominating over reality, that's because reality is hidden. Take care, Wayne's World. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. In your opinion, was there ever a naval battle that started with fair conditions, at worst cloudy, only to be cut short by a horrific storm pushing it in? Huge numbers. Age of Sail. There's even some battles in World War II which are cut short by a change in weather conditions. You have to remember, navies are occasionally trying to kill each other. The sea is always trying to kill navies, and sometimes it gets really proactive in its approach. So, yeah, there are quite a few naval battles which are like that, you know. Let's be honest, the Battle of Trafalgar was almost cut short by a storm. If the storm had rolled in a few hours earlier, it would have cut the battle short. as it was, they won. They were getting the ships on the. They almost lost more ships in the storm than they did in the actual battle in terms of ships which actually sunk. Microphone. What warship from the Royal Navy would you say best fits this line? I shall break them with a rod of iron. I shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Well, what do we think, crew? What do we think? Anyone?
I missed the quote.
There we go.
I shall
I was
break
just waiting for my mic to
I shall break them with a rod of iron. I shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel.
Warspite.
I knew you were going to say Warspite, Dan. Someone has to
Look,
say Warspite, though, or otherwise Drac will turn up and correct us.
Samuel B. Roberts.
It says,
Eskimo.
it says warship from the Royal Navy.
Royal Navy.
Oh, from the Royal Navy. I've missed that the second time.
Warspite definitely has that option. Duke of York might want to have a word, as Fox was saying, especially with
York,
Scharnhorst.
Yes.
Eskimo.
Eskimo. Eskimo's basically... Eskimo's the person who gets in a fight, starts chucking their shoes at everyone, and then jumps in anyway on top of everyone.
Rodney in the final battle with Bismarck. Just putting Bismarck down with body blows.
Actually ended up...
Fox also suggests Renown, possibly?
Yeah. Renown, which decided took on Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and also decided it was going to take on 2 Italian battleships simultaneously as well later on in the war. The battle, everyone talks about a battlecruiser which got sunk going up against a battleship. No one talks about a battlecruiser which took on two battleships on 2 different occasions and beat them. This is the thing, people go, Hood, the mightiest battlecruiser of all time. Renown going, excuse me?
She's also throwing a suggestion out for possibly World War I one of HMS Iron Duke.
Oh, Iron Duke's always a good one. But usually it's the battleships which do the really tough work. There's also, I would have to say, from the same battle in Narvik, which, Eskimo gets owned because using her bow as a sacrificial weapon. There is also HMS Cossack, which smashes her way into, and this is she's back under command of Sherbrooke at that point, smashes her way into Narvik Harbour by literally ramming her way through a sunken merchant ship, so that she then perches on top of it half in the harbour, half out, and just starts smashing everything with her guns, just working from one side of the harbour to the other, while she's balancing on top of this sunken merchant ship. I think also honest attention has to go to HMCS Haida. We have to go to the fighting ship in the Canadian Navy, and yeah, Samuel B. Roberts is a good one for the US Navy. She's a very good one for the US Navy.
Another suggestion from Foxo is I didn't hear no Bell Fiji.
Yeah. There again, to be fair, Warspite has also as previous generations of Warspite have actually started whole battles without being told to. Without even their captains or any of their officers giving orders. They just fired their cannon spontaneously.
Certain arguments could be made for Unicorn and Formidable, was it a Matapan?
Yes, Formidable, the aircraft carrier at Matapan, which decided it was part of the battle line. And Unicorn, the vessel which decided that it might be an aircraft carrier. Or rather, it wasn't an aircraft carrier, it's a forward aviation support ship, but it could still do land bombardments. If you fired at it. There is the thing of Wisconsin, which deleted a hill because she was they fired at her. Unicorn is not an aircraft carrier which does the same thing because they fire at her. Surprisingly enough, no one dares send Unicorn a message of temper.
She's also just asked an interesting one. Would the SS Ohio count as part of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary?
Ooh.
Survived more bombs in one voyage than most carriers do.
Yeah. Siren keeps putting forward the case of USS Kidd, and I cannot disagree with that. I am not sure what the Poodle's doing, but the Poodle's doing something. Cartoon Man 154. I know ships have smoke decoys already, but is visual and infrared smoke curtain deployed at a distance from a ship's by USV or UAV a viable option today? US armies look at UAVs to drop smoke. Potentially,
Not going to be
actually,
deployed fast enough.
we tend to deploy these things. Well, the UK has a chaff dispenser in the system center which actually uses rocket pods, I think, to deploy them, wasn't it? They chuck them a lot. I think they have little rockets that chuck them quite a distance from the ship and then they go off.
Yeah, the U.S. has something similar. Yeah.
Basically, you have to remember that warships have the advantage that what is a lot of weight for the army to move around is a rounding error on most ships. I had the conversation I once had with someone. They were going, "Our main battle tanks are so heavy. They were 60, 70 tons, and they were complaining about getting them across bridges and all these things, and the point came up that was about the same weight as the 4.5-inch gun system on most on the Royal Navy's frigates and destroyers at that point. Once you put it all together, it was about the same weight as the Army's battleship, as the Army's tank. Sorry, and this is the reality of it. It's sort of so when an Army's going, well, we can deploy this. This makes sense for us to have a UAV. The Navy possibly already has the system and goes, well, we can afford to put it on rocket mounting. It's not just little pods of grenades which go off for us. It's a rocket which shoots it off a few kilometers distance. But yeah.
Because also, to some extent, ships are often using the decoys and things slightly differently to
massively differently in the case of smoke and chaff and flare. And they need, importantly, when you have an inbound anti-ship missile, right, that needs to deploy and bloom very quickly. You don't have time for something to fly out in front of the ship and then drop a curtain. It needs to deploy in as close to less than a second as possible, because the timing has to be very well done. Same thing with when your electronic countermeasures kick in to try to trick an anti-ship missile. You have a very limited timing window.
But also you don't necessarily need to trick it that much. You just need to make it almost dither, and there's a good chance it'll miss you.
Depending on the missile and the inbound trajectory.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. That reminds me, I've got to do a book review of Wolfpack before this week's over. Yeah, it'll come on Friday. Be Friday's video. Friday's book review will be a Wolfpack. Sorry, this is the thing, is a message just flashed up at me going, you said you were going to do this before a certain point? Okay, yes, I'll do it. Rick Vasava, after Type 26 destroyers and whatever subs are procured, what would be the next logical step for the type of ships for the Canadian Navy? Should it get to complement fill out their fleet? Small aircraft carriers? No. What I would like if I was the Canadian Navy, the thing I think they're already working on this, would be some icebreakers with the ability to transport troops, and also
they
defend
actually
themselves.
Just kind of released something for that.
Yeah, they're sort
although
of working.
Less on the defend themselves, but a lot of that also has to do with them trying to get around the government trying to buy them 2 Coast Guard heavy icebreakers and saddle them with that. And justify it as, hey, look, we've got a lot of communities in the high north that don't have good ways in and out, that we may have to intervene in a disaster situation and deliver aid, and these ships are capable of doing that, leaving out the fact that they're capable of sailing with an international task group or something like that within NATO or with another ally and taking along either Canadian light forces or helping carry allied forces. Because starting to bring that up to the Canadian Parliament isn't going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, I just wish they would actually. It's going to sound strange. I wish they would.
You wish the Canadian government would care?
Would care, but also would have some defenses on those ships. They need to.
I think they're looking at like a 57 mil and some other very small stuff.
I would want Sea Scepter at least, something especially
some sort of point defense for anti-missile. Yeah.
You know,
that's not Phalanx, because Phalanx is.
It
was okay when it came out. It's that now is not 50 years ago.
It's too short range now. As I keep saying, if they'd upgraded Phalanx to a system based on a 40mm or something like that, then it would be perfectly fine. But it's a 20mm. It's a 20mm gun in a 40mm world. It's what you start out World War II with. By the end of World War II, everyone's fitting 40mm to everything and looking at 3-inch guns. And that's the point. These systems have got heavy enough, they got big enough. You need to stop them that much further away to make sure they don't still come and hit you. If you're going down the active defense route, because you're saying our only passive defense is going to be subdivision, not armor. So we're going down the active defense routes, the electronic warfare, these things. You need to take them out that much further away from you. And at points, the 20mm was enough. It's now not far. It's not able to go far enough.
I would argue it wasn't enough when it came out. Based on the live fire testing the U.S. Navy was doing.
Yeah, I would agree it wasn't enough, but it was a start.
Subsonic drones smacking into the ships.
It's kind of like the Vickers quad machine gun mount.
Better than nothing.
It was better than nothing. It was a good start. And then it was frankly anemic when war happened. Okay, we know this.
And in a lot of cases with the U.S. Navy, it was also paired up with another point defense system, RIM-7M.
Yeah.
By the 1980s, which is thankfully not RIM-7E. The less we talk about the basic point defense missile system, the better.
You can have pats, but not biscuits. Guess where the biscuits stored out?
But yeah, Phalanx was always supposed to. Interim's not the right word, but it was always supposed to be the expedient solution to the problem.
Okay.
With RIM-7M and then later rolling airframe missile coming in. And like rolling airframe missiles actually brought up in a document written in 1985 doing a review of the British experience in the Falklands War from the U.S. perspective.
Yeah. And they go.
And it's like, look, this is the actual solution to this problem for us.
Yes. Right then, but yeah, they need something which is defensive. Currently, he's beating me up. He's not getting anything for that. I'm not rewarding him for generally beating up his that.
No. Temper, really. Temper.
Oh, good lord. Ace Pilot 2004. If the Graf Zeppelin was deployed by the Germans, assuming Goering didn't throw a fit, how would it realistically be deployed, and would it be effective, or would Allied air power make it obsolete? The thing is, it would be target numero uno for basically the navies. It would, if it was deployed sensibly, it's deployed with a capital ship, as to provide extra strike power and support it. So basically, it goes up with something like Bismarck. And yeah, you're going to see when it's seen coming and developing forward, you're going to see the British probably concentrate their carriers to try and deal with it as well and manage it, like they concentrated their capital ships. And you're going to end up with a carrier battle in the Atlantic, basically, You're going to end up with them trying to use long-range heavy bombers, etc., and things to take it out before it even gets to sea. But if it gets to sea, it's going to end up probably in a carrier battle. And we're talking probably Force H arc royals brought up and things are mobilized, and you don't have a scenario where poor Victorious is going around with an air group which is basically brand new and has just been constituted. Hey, Seneca.
Yeah, I think it'll get introduced to the humbled swordfish.
Oh yeah. Yes, it will do. Although, if the swordfish did get that kill, then then in the nicest way, the sheer amount of movies about that aircraft would probably the World War II would sink under the weight of the movies about or made about the swordfish.
Yeah. There would still be swordfish flying then.
There are still swordfish flying.
Really?
Yes, the one of the organisations I I was raising money for in the Historiathon, and the money's all being donated, and all the receipts will be published this week, etc. to show the money's been donated. It's Navy Wings, and they actually have some swordfish that fly, and they bring them to air shows in the UK, and they look after them. They're historic flight. You can go for flights in them. They do not offer the complete experience. You cannot go for a flight with the leaking fuel tank. You cannot be waist deep in aviation fuel, but you get everything else, all the other experience.
So Fox is basically so
wasn't in the swordfish the navigator seat was the spare fuel tank?
Yes, and that's why the navigator then went into the telegraphist air gunner's seat behind them, and as they were in the same double cockpit, that tank seals never worked that well, so it basically filled up the tank, and it equalized in the cockpit instead, so you ended up being waist deep in aviation fuel. So all the observers who flew into the Battle of Taranto, the night attack, were soaked in aviation fuel from about their
That's got to be a
down.
really uncomfortable position when you've got a backseat gunner.
And,
yes.
Well, no, they were the backseat gunner, so they were firing their machine guns.
Yeah. Oh.
Whilst doing the navigating, and also soaked in aviation fuel, while the Italians were firing up at them in the pitch black. And they were lining up for torpedo. And remember, the ones who did that were the ones who couldn't carry the under aircraft fuel tanks, so they were the ones loaded with torpedoes. So it's the ones who are having to do doing the torpedo strike who have the observers in this position.
So Fox
do we know if that caused cancer?
No! And believe it or not, most of those men survived. A fair number of them went on to become things like racing car drivers. In the nicest way.
I wonder
I'm surprised those aircraft managed to stay airborne. It's just,
they chose a less risky position.
In a nice way, there was just this case of... You just read that story, you're going, so you are literally flying into there, surrounded by, covered in aviation fuel, still with the aviation fuel, because they had carried so much tanks, still with the aviation fuel literally lapping around them, but not quite waist height, but lapping around them below in a log. So they're literally sitting in a pool of aviation fuel. You've done the navigation. You're firing your Vickers machine gun, because you're adding to the general damage being done. And you're being fired back at with tracer and various things by the Italians over the harbour. You are, my friends, there are brave people, and then there is you. You are someone who, frankly, we should have an immortal statue of. This is who I aspire to be. I aspire to have that level of professionalism and calm that in that scenario I can still do it. And then if you think that none of the aircraft got lost. All of the aircraft arrived back on the carrier that was still flying. Anyone which weren't lost due to enemy action got back. None of them were lost through navigation errors. In pitch darkness, they navigated their way there and back to the carrier, which had moved.
I'm surprised they were able to take off
yes.
in the first place with that level of equipment.
Yes.
Fox was asking about in regards to the question of, does that mean she'll be equipped with the navalized 109s, and potentially if they might then go mad and try to look at 110s? Because if she's being built properly, then is she actually getting her originally designed air wing,
Probably.
which includes the 109s, and then is it the? It's not 196s.
It's the modification of the Fischler torpedo bomber, isn't it? The one of the people who carries the Stork torpedo bomber. Yeah, probably getting those.
I think they did also look at what is it? One of the TA something other planes. There's also another torpedo bomber, but that was later.
Yes, a race car driver probably does drive faster than the average Swordfish pilot flies, but I would argue they probably do not get as close to the ground. Because let's be honest, the Swordfish were some of the first aircraft in the Royal Navy that developed their aversion to flying to altitude. As we all know, the Royal Navy's main requirement for their pilots are: do you suffer from altitude sickness? Yes, good. Bill, perfect.
Yeah, so I don't particularly like standing fully upright.
You're perfect.
Yep.
I love the smell of gasoline in the morning. Even better.
Look, in the nicest way, there is a picture somewhere of a sort of a buccaneer passing under a wave. Michael Clapp has some really interesting stories about his time as an observer observer and squadron commander in Buccaneers, and they really did believe that altitude would kill them.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
in the environment they were flying in, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is also, they couldn't have extended their wheels because those wheels would preclude them from flying lower.
Yeah, they actually had to gain height to land.
So, as one Fox was saying, that met a Buccaneer pilot at the pub and felt sorry for them, rather poor man. The bar stool he was sitting on was giving him altitude sickness.
Yeah, it will do. Harry Jones, with the current SNP government in Scotland, hindrance or opposition to expansion of naval infrastructure workforce, apprentice programs, what impact will it have on UK defence procurement? Not much at the moment, but because realistically they find they can't get in the way of the companies because they're the major local employers. But also, the big problem it's having is that then they're complaining that defence contracts are going elsewhere in the UK. And that's the reality.
They're always complaining.
Yeah.
SMP is they're complaint merchants.
Yeah, but
that's certainly how they're portrayed in the rest of the country.
I
don't know what it's like if you read the Scottish media.
The Scottish media is interesting on them, but I would say it depends from my family who are up there at the moment and who live up there. They would tell you that the SNP are considered strong local advocates, but not always the best argumenters, case argument. They can get so focused on their pet issue, which is Scottish independence, which isn't as popular with the majority of Scotlanders as they like, but the majority of Scotland is more happy to vote for them because they're not the Conservatives or the Labour Party and they want to vote for someone different. They caught that disease a lot earlier than the rest of the UK, which is understandable because basically Scotland was not really, it was treated a lot by Labour as basically being guaranteed votes. It was guaranteed votes as far as Labour concerned. But what you have going on there is that they forget about local issues, and this is what gets them into trouble, and this is what they're starting to lose ground on because they're so focused on their major issue, the thing they really, really want. That's actually not that popular. They're losing track on things like the hospitals, the education, and the employment, and that's causing them to have problems. And if you end up seeing the SNP lose their grip on Scottish politics, it's going to be because of the local issues. Yeah. Scottish National Party. Ramol. Actually, originally they were... Well, here's one really fun things, and this is something which the SNP will not like you telling the story of, but One of their founding members was a very passionate communist involved in it, and he was one of the people who escaped to the Soviet Union at certain points. And he wrote the geography textbook, which was used by the Soviet Union for many years as their standard textbook, which identified Edinburgh as the capital of the United Kingdom, because he was very proud of Scotland, very proud person from Edinburgh. And of course, that led for many years that there were more nukes targeted on Edinburgh than London, because the Soviet Union didn't always correct what local people understood, and when they were had to orientate the silos by concrete in on it. They would just say, we're aiming this for the capital of the UK. And if the people doing it didn't know, were just remembering from their textbooks, they'd remember it as Edinburgh. And so that was a fun bit. It's a fun little bit of history. It's one of the reasons why Edinburgh has so many weapons, the older still targeted on it. It changed as time went on, but yeah. Basically, it's the dangers of being too proud. You can end up getting nukes targeted on the place you don't want them to be. Stafford. So apparently the Royal Canadian Navy is starting to look at amphibious ships again to help secure the far north. I'm presuming far north, Stafford, not fat north. I'm presuming that's an autocorrect. Either that or you're critiquing the north of your country's population's diet, I'm presuming. But I think it's probably far north. Which amphibious will be the best to convert to an Arctic version for Royal Canadian Navy? They're currently going with the idea, I think, as we've already discussed, of using icebreakers. If they were going for an actual scenario for them, considering they're not getting F-35s and Gripens don't have that capability, you're probably looking for a helicopter-based unit, so you probably would want to go for an LPD, landing platform dock scenario, because that's going to give you the most covered workspace. In which case, I'm trying to think who's actually building an LPD at the moment, other than
I think
it's
they
the
were
Italians.
looking at Carl Dorman's modified for ice hardening, like
Could
ice
be.
hardened Carl
Could be.
Dorman's.
Carl
was
Dorman's could
last
be.
I heard.
Could be a guns. Could be an option. Yeah, that would fit. It's a pretty good design, but from the Dutch, a pretty capable vessel. Yeah. Motto is all ships follow me for the Carl Dorman. Yeah. It's going to give them some capabilities, but it's also, I would want to have a lot more hangar facilities on it than the Carl Dorman has. No, I don't think they're going to go for the Mistrals. Mainly because the Mistral isn't even the current French design. The Mistral, it's one of those things of you have to explain to somebody. This ages you, right? So anyone to think how old the Mistral class design is?
Ancient.
How old do you think the Mistral class design is?
'80s? 80s?
8 years?
No,
80s.
80s.
Oh,
No. The Mistral design is 21 years old in its finalized form. And it was actually, the first Mistral was laid down in 2003, Mistral herself. It was opened up again and then worked on the designing, but yeah, it's 21 years old since it was a firmed up design, and it's been on the design work for since about 1997-ish, 1996-ish. So for nearly 30 years old. So you think of how much naval architecture and naval design has moved on since then.
Also, they're really slow. Their top speed is 18 knots.
Yeah,
You're not getting anywhere quickly in response to a natural disaster.
I would like to clarify that. It's actually 18.8 knots. You're being cruel. You're forgetting their 0.8 knots, Cyclic. It makes a big difference, that 0.8 knots.
They're French.
At that point, true, it does make a difference. It's a significant amount of their speed.
It is, actually.
Oh yeah, it does.
um,
But anyways, I think their cruising speed is somewhere around 12.
their cruising speed is 15 knots, which they can do 10,700 nautical miles at. It then drops to. By the way, this is how efficient their engines are. Their range drops to 5,800 nautical miles if they increase their speed to 18 knots.
Aren't they diesel?
They're still a diesel, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Modern diesels, marine diesels, even just an increase of like 3 knots over the efficient cruising speed the hull's been designed for can be hugely fuel expensive with them.
Yeah. That's an impressive drop in range for 3 knots.
Mm-hmm.
It's 9,000 kilometers drop in range. Stafford, if I was looking at it for the, honestly, if you're going for a European LHD at this moment, your only real options are to go with some of the Damon designs or the Trieste.
Well, Trieste isn't. If you want an LHD, sure. If you want an LPD,
go with the Damon designs, which is the Caradolman.
Yeah.
And I would say, well, Damon also have an LHD design, which I think the Portuguese are getting, isn't it?
I don't know.
It's a very small LHD, though. So yeah, it's
fitting for Portugal.
I would. There's a few scalable programs out there, and BAE has some designs, of course. They always do. So there's options to look out there, but I would not go with any of the existing names. I would go for one. I would do like they did on the Type 26. I go for one off paper, which you can get adapted to your needs, rather than trying to go for someone else's design that's already been built and firmed up.
And and even if they were, if anybody brings up the U.S. ones, they're just way too big. The U.S. designed stuff for the U.S. to use, not for other people to use.
Yeah, they are really designed.
US ones would need, I think, basically the entire Canadian Navy to crew a single one.
They're big.
Their crew requirements are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Part of that's driven by DC. Even on the San Antonios, which are relatively new.
DC or damage control?
Damage control.
Yeah.
I know, but it was a nice joke.
Yeah.
Probably both.
Okay, so the next one: has anyone dived on the Carnell Rex, and if so, is anything you learned? Carnell Rex, I'm not so sure how recently someone went down on. I know
USV?
the Falklands Rex were dived on not long ago by the Royal Navy, but they're 1,600 meters. I think they're 1,600 meters or something down. Yeah, 1,600 meters down is in the case of the ones in Falklands and the Carnell. And that was 2019. There was some last diving done on them. So there have been people gone down, but it's at depths which, frankly, you're not getting down to without specialist equipment. None of them are shallow.
And
you're better off USVing them or UUVing them.
Yeah, and you better not use Ocean Gate submarines.
I don't think anyone's using those anymore. I hope not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think either.
Nightsaber, as the DGX looks to be dead, it is. If the USN can't design and build a Burke replacement, how much trouble are they in? At the moment, the Burke replacement is the Burke. We'll see what happens.
Well, they're not being ordered, so...
Yeah, but there is quite a lot of flight freeze already on the order list. If I remember correctly, the Admiral Burkes... how many are on there?
As of right now, there are 74 Burkes in service.
Yeah, and there's about 20-something, 25 or something in various stages of building and on order.
The big question...
So...
Though the 3s are supposed to be Tycho replacements, which would mean around 22.
The big question
Yeah,
is
they've
the Ollie
got-
Burke
I think they've
the
got.
America's third rate?
Yeah, it is because
Yeah.
your carriers are your first rates. So if you're talking about fleet form, yeah, the Burks are your third rates. They're providing they are not as not as individually as powerful, but they are collectively as powerful, and they are providing the mass of your battle force. They're your third rates, and that's what a third rate was for. The third rate was at this price point we can provide the mass of our battle force.
The USN currently, to sort of get back to the question, is is standing on the top of a very dangerous fence.
Mm-hmm.
Balanced on it.
Yeah.
And the wind is increasing.
Well, and I would say the other problem is that certainly things like the Royal Navy are not going to be in a position to step in and help at all significantly because we're
I'm more interested in the Royal Australian and Royal Canadian Navy and their ability to provide additional ships to escort amphibious and fleet train assets.
Well, the Royal Navy will probably be doing the offset in the Atlantic to free up your Atlantic assets to go to any Pacific operation. That's probably what the Royal Navy will be.
That's where the Royal Navy will be incredibly useful, is keeping the Russian Navy from doing anything funky.
There is a scenario where you do see a Royal Navy. Let's put it this way: the reason the Royal Navy are deploying the carriers when they are, if you notice, every certain years, those fit with the timetables. When the Americans have a gap because of their loss of the LHD, they lost one of their LHD, one of the LHDs, which was the F-35B carrier, basically. And the British carriers deployed to cover the gap in American ships availability. And that is the entire reason a British carrier turns up in the Pacific, because you need to have something like that in this basically the Southeast Asia region, and the British use it as a reason to test out their carrier groups and deploy them. And that is literally what the Royal Navy is doing in the Pacific every time it shows up. And I know there's people who complain about it and go, "Oh, the Royal Navy shouldn't be there." Literally, the Royal Navy is there to cover the gap for the US Navy until the US Navy gets their ship number sorted out again. And the fact that it's taking quite so long to sort these things out is more a reflection on Congress and the issues that the US Navy is having with trying to explain its position to everyone than it is a reflection
and the
on
decision's
the capacity
changing
of the US.
every 4 years.
Yes.
Because it's a revolving door of not the brightest SecNavs, regardless of administration.
Well, it wasn't considered really an important job, was it?
SecNav typically has been, but with GWAT, things have gone weird, and on top of that, we've had a group that has continually appointed, let me try to phrase this well, a group that has continually appointed venture capitalists as service secretaries. That is not a skill set you want in charge of a service.
It's not if you want in charge of anything.
Yeah. Look, they have a role in society. It's just not one which is necessarily full of transferable skills. Yeah. So let's move on to Penguin Cannon 9000's question. It's far more a happy one. If the Queen Elizabeths were built as 28-knot ships from the start, how would their refits go to give them the historic versions needed a space freed up from the small tube boilers for AA? The boilers, if they're going for 28 knots, they're going to be longer. They're going to have a greater length to beam ratio, so they're going to be longer. And B, they're going to be carrying a lot more boilers. So whilst they might still have the earlier small tube boilers, those aren't as efficient as the later ones. So you're still going to save weight, probably a lot of it, when you're turning over to new boilers. But you're also going to have more space in the ship to begin with to do modify things and move things around. So it's conversely going to make it easier. I would also add that if the Queen Elizabeths were built at 28 knot ships, then if we consider, and if I open up my lovely spreadsheet, because I have various naval treaty spreadsheets in my lovely Excel folder. Hello, there you are. It's so nice when I put it up. Then it's probably going to change things. I would say, in terms of the Royal Navy, the Queen Elizabeths were 27,500 tons in standard as they were considered historically. I'd say you probably, if you're pushing up to 28 knot ships and all those things, you're probably adding on about 5,000 tons. So they've probably gone up to 32,500 tons. But that's also going to have an effect on the treaty system, because if you've got the Royal Navy with ships which are 32,500 tons, 28 knots, even with 8 15-inch guns, etc., and these things, that's going to have had an effect on what the Americans are buying, because, again, they're in the qualitative race. Again, qualitative race as in who's got the better bragging rights. That's the thing about the qualitative race in the battleships. It was about bragging rights. It wasn't about who could kill each other. It was who could brag that year about who had the best, shiniest, coolest ship. And I think that almost probably puts back the treaties a bit, so that's going to change things again. You might get the Queen Elizabeth getting a post-World War I refit. You also might get things like the G3s actually built and entered service before you actually have a treaty system in place, and that's going to change everything so much that you're going to have to deal. It's going to be a very different world, because you've basically made the fast battleship something which exists in 1914 and is in service, and you get to see, again, 28 knot Queen Elizabeths. What are they going to be doing? Is Queen Elizabeth going to be sent to go and help with Gallipoli, or is she going to be helping out the battlecruiser force? Is that going to be, when you're dealing with the fact that the Germans launching raids on the British coast, are they going to be deploying 5th Battle Squadron down as part of the force to deal with them, as well as the battlecruiser fleet? Are they deployed as a separate force? Because let's be honest, if the 28 knot Queen Elizabeth class bump into the first scouting group is not getting away from that. And so you could have ended up with them as a hunting force and the battlecruisers hunting force, both deployed down to, deploy and react to them. There are so many changes that come on from that, and potential impacts on Jutland and whatever battles take place, that it changes history enough. It changes what we're looking at in the 1920s and 30s. Does that make sense, or was that too butterfly effecty? No one's arguing.
I think it
There we
makes
go. There we go, my mic works. Yeah, sorry, it takes me a while to tab back over to get my mic working. Yeah, no, it does make sense. Honestly, personally, I find the idea of 28 knot QEs horrifying. Foxo doesn't as much. Doesn't have me have
Foxo
an
is
interesting
probably
thought.
laughing manically, thinking about what you would do with 28 knot Fox Queen Elizabeths.
I'm more concerned what she might want to look at for battle cruisers with them, Bert. I'll wait for a response in that rebate.
If they're 28
To
knot,
be honest, I think
Oh,
it ends the battle cruiser in
no.
the Royal Navy, because these ships are.
No.
Ooh.
No, unfortunately it doesn't, because she just brought up a very annoyingly accurate point.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The K3 class is basically what she then imagines. Because, yes, with all this, what if we then mount 3 triple turrets and basically go very mean?
Well, the thing I'd more think is, if you have to remember that the reason the battlecruisers don't die is Fisher comes back, and Fisher is obsessed with battlecruisers. So if you've got 28 knot battleships entering service, he's going to want battlecruisers which have a clear speed advantage over them. So he's not going to go for 32 knots, he's going to go for 35 knot ships.
Fox has just said 34 knot hood.
Yeah, he's going to want a 25% speed advantage. He's going to try and go for a 35 knot, 35 knot ship. And
That's going to be monstrous.
the rest of the Royal Navy might not agree with him, but Fisher's got enough power, he'll push that through in that period.
Yeah, it's going to be monstrously expensive.
Yeah, but this is the Royal Navy of World War One.
True.
They don't give a flying hoot about the cost. The bill is something which happens to other people, preferably accountants, not them. You always have. This is the weird thing that sometimes you get into. You have to go. Britain isn't broke after World War One. They're paying down debt, but they're not broke. Britain's economy is broken by the cumulative effect of World War One, the Great Depression, World War Two, and the transition from Lend-Lease to a normal economy post World War Two, and all those shocks together are what breaks Britain economically. They really are. It's the combined cumulative impact of all of them, because everyone, it starts to recover, boom, then another one hits, then another one hits. And it's a case of, it's a pre-World War One. Yeah, even during World War One, funding is not really an issue for the Navy. Foxo's got trouble with her headset, so she's not. That's why she's not on the panel. She's communicating through her secretary, aka Dragon.
You've made her very excited with a number of these comments. Then also as a quick sort of one then, which is you're curious, because say you do get the 28 knot QEs, what does that mean for the R's? Because while they are technically they are said to be a cheaper QE that they could, go right. That's it. We're slamming down 8 of them. This naval race is well and truly dead. But if the QEs are going 28 knots, I'm not sure the Royal Navy would want the R's going only around 23.
No,
that is now quite a difference
they
in
are
speed.
Probably going to be, in simple terms, they probably get the same boilers, but a reduced number of them. So
I think at that point, the R class is what the QE is in the real world now.
Because that's also just interesting then, because the knock-on effect.
They could end up being 25 knot ships. The Royal Navy could try and say, we're going to make our battle line 25 knots for our mass fleet, 25 knots instead of 21 knots.
That's the interesting thing of what do they do then if they do convert 2 of them over to battle cruisers and they've already designed them for 25. There's potentially fun things with the Renown and Repulse.
Well, Renown and Repulse could be your first 35 knot battle cruisers.
Hmm.
Because Renown and Repulse mainly get there through power. Mediating Raven. To repeat, what if the Spanish won the Spanish Armada of 1588?
Boy, that's a butterfly effect.
That's a massive butterfly effect, but that means they're going to be fighting a war in England for. They're also going to
a very long supply chain.
And they're also going to find themselves probably with the Scots campaign against them, because whilst the Scots don't like England, they don't want a Catholic England. A Spanish Catholic England, because they're looked at as a threat.
The Dutch did.
And yeah, that's the other trouble. You're going to find yourself, in the nicest way, if you want to see a load of Spanish troops disappear, you send them down into Cornwall. You send them into the Welsh Hills.
A slight adaptation of what Fox has said to make it definitely legal. Tartarus on Earth for the Spanish.
It would, and the thing is, the absolute worst thing for them would be if they there's 2 worst scenarios. One, if they capture Queen Elizabeth and they execute her, they'll create a martyr of the Virgin Queen, and that will mean that she will be held in nicest way. Imagine the heroic effigy that will be carved around her and her name and all those things and what she represents. But also it's probably going to unify the Scottish and English High Command, because James is the next option. And he's fairly competent. James the First is competent. James the First and Sixth is competent as a commander. He's a very good politician. His son's an idiot. Charles the First is an absolute twit. But James is actually pretty darn smart, and that's one of the problems. He is very smart. He leads the educating of his son to someone else because he's so busy dealing with things.
Well, also Charles was the spare. It's another one where we should have had an Arthur, shouldn't we? Is it Arthur?
Fox has got. Fox has a bit of a history. Go on, Seneca.
the royal family should give up on trying to have a King Arthur. It's never gonna happen. That name is cursed.
Well, they're the once and future king, so it's inevitable.
Yeah, it's
But,
but an Arthur will not be king again until it's time for an Arthur to be king. We can all be very worried when an Arthur actually makes it to adulthood and actually becomes king. That's the point at which we really be worried. Okay.
So, Foxo does have an
So
interesting
now
point
the
that
Germans getting an 88mm, the Dutch thinking of ordering a battle cruiser, and the British starting to order things named for flowers. Is that about right?
Yes. And
Signs of the apocalypse.
I'm just checking. Just checking something. Yeah, he's called George Alexander Louis. So we're fine. Just watch out for his children. Okay, because if he has one called Arthur, then we start worrying.
because Fox has raised a point of potentially if the Spanish do succeed in actually invading, there could potentially be Swedish and Danish involvement.
Yes, that is the thing.
And if you get a Nordic realigned England,
Yeah.
also if Mary gets executed as well, there's a good chance that Swedes or Danes will choose to take that throne as well.
Actually, no. We now need to be worried. Okay, Louis is Louis Arthur Charles. So everyone be pray for George, okay? Pray for George and Charlotte.
Yes.
Because if you have an Arthur on the throne of England, that is considered to be that Arthur will only return to the throne of England when it is a time of great peril.
And hope we don't have an Edward VIII style situation.
So, yes. So, look after, Prince George, Princess Charlotte. They need to be well taken care of, okay? I have nothing against Louis. I really don't. But I can't imagine that when a member of the royal family coming to throne in England going, I'm going to keep Louis as my regnal name. Not happening. So that means their options are Arthur or Charles.
Charles the Fourth.
we can hope. But they probably would go Arthur because of the PR. If they need to come to throne, that's not a good situation. Okay, just avoid that one. Let's avoid that.
Also, by the way, the Germans are looking into an 88mm anti-drone thing.
I know the Germans are looking into a general purpose 88mm gun that can do all sorts of things. But yes, basically, if the Spanish win the Spanish Armada, they end up fighting a war in the UK, in England, against the English, the Scots, the Swedes, the Danish, and probably the Irish as well. Because the Irish tend to, because there are going to be the Irish who are going to be for them, they're also going to be the Irish who are against them, depending on which particular family they belong to. And the worst thing they could do is execute Queen Elizabeth. The second worst thing they could do is have her running free. Because if she's running around the country organising people, Lord help them. And also they're going to find very quickly that quite a lot of the Catholics in England, whilst the Duke of Northumberland was saying, we will support you, we will do this as long as you put me on the throne, a lot of the Catholics, especially some of the rich ones like the Arundels, etc., were really not keen on the idea. Really not keen on the idea.
They might have been Catholic, but they were not Spanish.
Yes, there were many things. It was more a case of they were Catholic because of personal choice. They were English first. It's like they're the sort of people who were at that time who would describe themselves as English Catholics rather than Catholic English. Jonathan Moon, as a base for an optionally crewed sloop, Fletcher class size, shape, not one-to-one copy. Replace the guns with modern ones because guns are easily replenished at the sea, and modern navies like single guns. So does 5 make up for them not liking guns or multi-mounts? Call it Heritage Design diesel instead of steam plant. Space feed from the engine room for some kind of VLS battery. How wrong am I?
The problem is the engine room and stuff doesn't really give you the space
For
for
VLS torpedoes, if you take the
Yeah.
torpedoes out, you've got some. You could have something, but again, you're not
Take
really
that
getting the
fifth mount.
space. And
So-
I would say you want something slightly broader beam.
You don't want a Fletcher hull form.
No.
It's a bad idea. I'm aware of somebody who, for a naval architecture assignment, sort of as a joke, tried to take a gearing hull and deck it out to the nines as sort of like a frigate, a modern frigate. It does not work.
Nope.
You wind up with all sorts of stability and structural integrity issues. What I would say is go look up some of the various design proposals that U.S. yards put out for the large USV for the U.S. Navy. Just to sort of ground what you're thinking about here.
I've been looking at a lot of the Hill
Yeah.
Hill ones options. They look pretty good. They're the ones which keep being featured with Babcocks when they're putting forward their Type 32 proposals, which are modified Type 31s. Big shock and horror. Big shock. Everyone's saying, we don't know who's going to be building the Type 32. It's Batch 2 Type 31. Can you say this? Because the Type 26 yard in Glasgow is full building Type 26s, and
we'll be transitioning over to 83.
83s. The only
When
yard
that's
which
done,
is going to be free is going to be the Rosyth yard, which is building 31s. And then is going to transition over to 32s, which are what it was always going to do, because it was always going to be a frigate factory which was going to keep producing modifications on and iterating on the existing design to keep them as cheap as possible. That's what it was entirely designed for. And at a certain point, it's going to get really, really cheap once you've got the production line going, which is probably going to get it a lot of foreign orders. Poor Fleet has responded to my earlier tweet back to him of when he said he was trying to pretend the Defiance don't exist, and I said, is it because the concept looks better than Hoche? He responded with, I'm not dignifying that with a response, Alex, and then went off grumbling.
Well, I mean, he just did. Yeah.
He responded. And I did go back to him, sorry, mate, couldn't resist. It was an open goal. Seneca Nero. How would World War I change if every French battleship gets replaced with a Richelieu-class battleship in July 1914? Well, the Austro-Hungarians are now not really happy with you, and there's a possibility there's going to be some French ships at the Battle of Jutland. Because Richelieu-class are...
They're fast, too,
Yeah.
so I can tell you where they're probably going to be.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well for first scouting group.
No. They can do 32 knots.
And
First
they'll have
scouting...
shells that will detonate inside, too.
Yeah, 32 knots, 15-inch guns. Yeah, they're going to annihilate the first scouting group. And if every one of the French battleships, and this hasn't specified whether it's just the dreadnoughts or the pre-dreadnoughts, and at that time they have a lot more pre-dreadnoughts, is replaced with them, then the French have a lot of them.
The French have a very powerful navy.
I mean, specifically,
You said
including
every
the
French battleship, so that means every ship which is a battleship. Doesn't matter if it's pre-dreadnought or dreadnought,
Yes.
or dreadnought battleship.
Yeah.
It's a
Yes,
battleship.
I
what he's
mean,
saying.
I specifically meant the pre-dreadnoughts also.
Yeah, that's
That is probably...
Because I don't want to look at those.
That's a powerful navy.
That's the Royal Navy is at that point is ordering 15-inch gun, 28-knot battleships, which is about the max they can probably build at that point without stretching it too much, and going and caking it that thing in
Somebody's having a heart attack as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an eye-wateringly powerful battle line. Irrespective of time period until we start getting into the missile age. Meaningfully into the missile age. For the age of steam and steel, that is a... Huh? outside context problem.
Yeah. Sheep, what's your perfect 2040 RN fleet composition, i.e. number of ships per class act? What's the world going to look like in 2040? If I'm basing off current threats and current scenarios, I would like to be able to put together at least 3 decent task groups in terms of strength, so I can always guarantee one available, and I'd like some presence ships around, ships doing presence missions around the world. So, for example, I'd want about 12 Type 83s, 6 for the task groups, and 6 to be wandering around the world, because they're going to be the better ships at doing it. I would want each task group to be made up of at least 2 Type 83s and 3 Type 26s. I'd also like 3 Type 26s for doing things like the SSN patrol, the SSBN patrol, to help the SSBNs go out. So I want at least 12 Type 26s, and I probably want about at least another dozen or so, at least another dozen ships of the type of the 30s to fill out the roles and fill out extra ships and task groups and those sort of things. So that's the core of my escort force, and then I build things around that. I'd build my SSN fleet up to about a dozen as well. And why do I keep saying about 12? Because there is a point at which you start to generate more force. Now, usually we use the whole 1 out of 3 generates, so if I have 12, I would get 4. But the reality is, if you have 12, you're usually going to have 4 available for 4 actually operational, but at least 2 more you can easily call on. So you're going to have 6. Once you get to 12, you usually have about 50% availability. Okay? So that's a useful number to have. There's a reason why I'm talking in 12. I'm not pulled the number out of my rear end. I have pulled a number which is the lowest number at which you can start to guarantee 50% availability across your force. You go hard than that, you're better off. If you get 14, 15, you can pull even more. At 15, you can usually
you can start using the rule of 4 math instead of the rule of 3.
And that's once you have 16, yes, it's the rule of 4 maths, and that usually means you have about 8 to 10 available, which is really nice. So this is the point. Numbers matter. If you get small numbers of ships, you have lower availability. There's a reason why the Canadians want 15 of one class. Because if they have 15 of the same ships instead of 2 sets of 6, or a group of 7 and a group of 6, that actually means they're going to have a lower force generation than if they have 15 of one type.
This is one of the reasons why on Fleet's show, I tend to harp on, if you can afford it, going for multi-role guided missile combatants is really the way to go, because it allows you to do what the Canadians are doing.
Yes.
A single class in good numbers.
Yeah. And you can scale up all the support, because you're now buying for 15 ships.
Mm-hmm.
So
your training's uniform across the board. Your logistical needs are uniform across the board. It's really, really, really useful from a fleet perspective.
And realistically, to an extent, that's what the Royal Navy's looking at when they're talking about the Type 83 and its capabilities. And so realistically, that's the potential transition point for the Royal Navy to that kind of size.
I just hope you're able to get 12 of them.
Yeah, we need so many of them. But yeah, so that's the sort of thing. And yeah, I'd like to have 3 LHDs to back up the carriers. I would like to get back into the amphibious warfare game, because I think Britain needs to be in it.
I mean, you have overseas territories that could potentially be put at risk in future decades. You need them.
Yes. And, the RFA to actually be properly funded and supported and have the store ships and these things. And they've got to get away from this idea that amphibious operations are all going to be raiding operations. Here's the thing:
you might have to retake territory.
Yeah, if I have my force structure designed around being able to retake territory, I can carry out raiding operations. If I design my force structure around doing raiding operations, I can't usually retake territory.
Not only that, but you can do raids in force to accomplish other objectives that you would not be able to accomplish otherwise.
Yeah, it was basically a nice way of trying to cut things whilst trying to make it look like it was a virtuous cut. Cavdron, hello, Sir Cavdron. Haven't seen a question from you in a while. Why does the new the Trump class? Why I prefer to call them Defiant class battleships, because that's what they are. Trump's proposing a battleship, but they're called the Defiant class. Seem underarmed in terms of VLS given its size, and how much more would need to be aboard to have a reasonable amount of firepower? I would say at the moment they're giving you very initial concept figures. I wouldn't be surprised if numbers do increase. I did see some people commenting they had less VLS than the Arleigh Burkes. They don't. The Arleigh Burkes have 96. Even 128 is still more than that. But I think
there's
they have
been a lot
more.
of confusion because of how bad the graphics are.
Yeah.
They have a VLS dot on the mast of the ship. On top the Horizon Watch radar.
The graphics are, yes.
Yeah. What I will say is they appear to have 3 48 cell Mark 41 magazines and then 12 cells for conventional prompt strike.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in my opinion, is that a meaningful armament for a cruiser? No. Do they have the sensors to go with a cruiser? No. We'll see what happens. These ships are not going to be ready for contract award or design completion for another 2 years.
Yeah. I would say I wouldn't be, from what I've already been hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if those cell groups are up to 64. Because that's already being considered, so that would take them up to 192. Plus, you've got the 12 prompt strike sort of launchers, common prompt strike launchers front, which can, of course, take 7 Talon each, as well as the missiles.
Those don't appear to be those same launchers. As far as we're aware, those launchers are not going on anything.
Those launchers are only going on once. Okay, yeah, so that's
they're probably GDLS.
We'll see what happens. Because there's been both have been put forward as options. I've heard people saying it's going to be the same ones as the Zumwalts, and that's one of the reasons why they're putting them on. The Zumwalts to test it out, and a lot of retroactive different thinking has been put on. But yeah, that ups it a bit more as well. Either way. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. It'll be interesting to see. And I would say again, I think there's been a lot of very conservative design work going on in them, in terms of they've copied a lot of stuff from the existing Burkes rather than thinking of what would be different about a larger ship. But there again, there's part of which goes, is that to try and save money and prevent it failing due to tech failure? We'll see what happens. Take care, sheep. Well, or rather, sorry, I thought you thanks for answering was going away, but I don't think you're actually lying. I think you're just saying thank you. Carl Gasberg. Putting several Hero 120 or similar loitering ammunition on a 20-foot speedboat drone. How to defend? Well, again, it's not getting into deep water, but also, yeah, it's got a Hero 120 or something on it. That's fine. I've got 57mm. I've got surface-to-air missiles. I've got
a helicopter with
fires. Yeah, that's probably going on. A nicer way, the helicopter with the British have rocket pods for our links, which are literally designed to take out small boats. That's literally
the US does as well.
Yeah, there are lots of options going out there hunting for them. Thank you, sheep. Hope to see you again. Look forward to seeing you again. As said, they're weekly. But there are options. It's one of those things of people are acting as if these things are brand new. The main thing that's shocking us, and the main thing that quite a lot of us are getting from this, is the Russians haven't been paying attention to the rest of the world because they weren't prepared for this stuff, or they didn't have the money to prepare for it. Or alternatively, it really was the North Sea, the Northern Fleet and the Pacific Fleet got all the funding, and the Black Sea Fleet just got all the Baltic Fleet. I mean, got all
Well,
the
they weren't
officers who
protecting
were
the bastions, so
got the officers who, frankly, they were politically expedient to put down there.
yeah. The other thing about the Black Sea Fleet is they were not appropriately reinforced or even at full strength when this conflict started. Their most powerful, about half of their most powerful combatants were in the Mediterranean, and thus unable to rejoin with the fleet once the conflict started and the Turkey closed the straits to the combatants.
Yeah, that caused issues as well because they didn't have the supplies position for them.
Yes, and it meant that, quite frankly, the Black Sea Fleet did not have the air warfare capability present to do anything within missile range of the Ukrainian coast. The drones weren't what pushed the Russian Navy back. What pushed the Russian Navy back away from the coast and denied them the ability to use maneuver from the sea was Ukrainian coastal missile batteries, because they only had 2 ships that could provide local area air defense.
And one of them was the Moskva.
No.
Oh.
It was the 2 Grigoroviches that were present in the Black Sea at the time. Moskva never had the capability to intercept sea skimmers.
Moscow really hadn't been upgraded. It's quite fun when you look at the ones which actually had some
S300F is even with newer missiles, but just the same system that Moscow was built with as Slava, never capable of engaging that. And those systems weren't even operational on her at the time. The Black Sea Fleet and the Russian Navy had been trying to retire her, but was running into political influence from people in Moscow. She got renamed because the city of Moscow paid for her recommissioning and to bring her back into service. The Soviets had decommissioned her.
For good reason, I presume.
She was in no fit state to be at sea, but again, because they didn't have the rest of their Grigoroviches present, sorry, I keep wanting to say Gorshkovs, but that's a different class. Because they didn't have all of their Grigoroviches ready, they had to use her wide area radar. And they didn't have the numbers of ships available to provide her with any sort of escort. So the moment the Ukrainians identified where she was and were able to target her, she was dead. She had no hope. Even if she had been fully operational, odds are those 2 Neptunes would have hit her.
It's politics. It's a lot of politics which went into that poor ship having what had happened. It's politics which has treated ever since. Stafford, what would it take to make one of the river batches Arctic capable to properly escort the aforementioned ALHD to the RCN is complementing? Why? That would be a lot of work. Ships. That's basically rebuilding the entire hull. No, there are easier ways to suffer. There are easier ways to run up a multi-billion pound bill. If you really want a ship to do that, Timu is just about to offer a very nicely designed Finnish vessel. You buy that for literally that mission.
Yes, you get that. On another note, shall we have more questions in?
We will do, but I'm just gonna answer a question quickly, and then I'm going to pop and check on why my sister has just squealed. If the Americans actually lost their hegemony in the Pacific, how much trouble in the air? It would be massive.
A lot.
I think Cyclic's going to have fun with that while I go check on why someone is crying in my kitchen.
So, the U.S. is a global trade-based economy. We rely on the world order that we built, which its foundation is our alliance network, to support our economy. The moment that falls apart, the U.S. is in for some seriously bad times economically. The U.S. has to fight in the Pacific. What I'm expecting to happen is we're going to see a series of Napoleonic-esque wars between the U.S. and China. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I'm expecting. Because neither side really has the ability to finally end the argument by taking and holding the other and forcing a solution. And so that means we're probably looking for the next 50 to 100 years of the U.S. being under threat in the Pacific, and some of our most important trading relationships are there. Australia, Japan, Korea, and then all the trade that then flows through the Western Pacific from the Middle East to the U.S. West Coast, and from Europe to the West Coast, and vice versa, or from India to the West Coast. There are a lot of imports in the U.S. that come in through the West Coast and then get shipped across the U.S. via train rather than coming the other direction.
Wait.
Yes?
You were saying Europe to West Coast, that ring the bell, because it's not West Coast for US, it's the East Coast.
Okay, that was worrying.
No. If you are shipping from Europe, particularly, say, Italy, to California.
Okay, just to
Goes the other
answer
way.
the question, if anyone's wondering, my sister had managed to drop a cup on her foot.
Ouch.
Yeah.
It goes.
Cyclic, I was meaning that if you want to send stuff to US, you won't not use Baltimore and other the eastern ports.
You can, yes. It depends on where in the U.S. you're shipping to.
Now, okay, yeah, it's
And what?
full. It's fun.
If you are shipping to, say, California, Washington, Oregon, right, which all have a substantial population,
Well,
it's
yeah,
generally going to
of
be
course,
cheaper
but you know,
to ship via the ocean rather than trying to come in through very congested ports on the U.S. East Coast and then ship through a very congested and old rail network from
that's
East
another
Coast to the
story.
West Coast. Yeah. If you're going from the West Coast to the East Coast, it's actually easier just with the way that shipping into Chicago and then out from Chicago in our rail network works.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to ship into Chicago from the East Coast and then across to the West.
Ah, yes, the rail network. Anyway, before we get answered a load of rail history questions, which I'm trying to avoid at the moment because it, in nicest way, if I start doing railway history as well, then I'm officially taking that off fleet, and that's just cruel. Because that's his very special area.
Yes, it is.
So I try to avoid doing those questions. Penguin Cannon. If the Lion-class battle cruisers were replaced with the World War II Lions, which Lion concept would have the most impact? Assuming they have 1945 era fire control radar. So if you're basically going with the last, the 30-knot 9 16-inch guns, Lion class from World War II with 1945 era fire control radar turning up in World War One. Those ships could probably, with radar and everything, they could probably solo the entire high seas fleet.
Yeah, they just wait till night, close in, because they have a massive speed advantage, and then just end it.
Yeah, and 9 16-inch guns, and radar fire control, 1945 era fire control and radar. In World War One. It's a
hilarious advantage.
It is. It is an absurd advantage if you consider what happens. Again, as I always point out, technology.
Remember what we said about the Richelieus?
Yes, it's the same. But The thing is, again, technology is one of those things which is cumulative because you're always building on others have done before you. So basically, technology does that. You start from, let's say, a base point of working out how to make fire, and you grow from there. So the technology, by the time you get to 1945, has edged out by quite a chunk versus 1916. And that is what happens. This is how technology grows. It's a cumulative thing. It's scary, but yeah, it would be interesting to watch, but it would not be interesting for the High Seas Fleet. They might be going, what the frigate had the British got? I think also that might... Again, these sort of scenarios would significantly change World War One, in that World War One would be an annihilation at sea, which would probably mean that... Because if you've got radar guided gunnery and they're 5.25 inch guns as well, you wouldn't have to worry about the torpedo boats or anything like that of the Germans, so you could push in closer. Yes, you'd have to worry about their submarines, but you wouldn't need to take more than those 2 capital ships to really push them through, and you could surround them with destroyers to defend them against subs, and you could push right into the Baltic if you wanted with them. Yeah, probably World War One ends quite dramatically with those things there. Raw OCD. Back to the earlier question about the RCN and corvettes. What about using something based on the Harry de Wolf? They have a substantial amount of space flexibility. Yeah, that's a good option to go with, but one of the problems with going with them is you're going to immediately be perceived as building batch 2 de Wolfs, and therefore are you replacing the de Wolfs? So some bright spark might go, well, we're getting a better de Wolf, so we'll get rid of them. Kind of like what happened with the batch 2 rivers, where they tried getting rid of the batch 1 rivers, and then they had to get them back into service because they needed them. This is the trouble. When you produce batch 2 of anything, people sometimes think, oh, that means that we can replace the originals. And no, they are meant to complement them. They were meant to give you additional ships. Someone check if Stafford's question I think... I'm not sure if it did or didn't. Stafford.
Fox was also mentioning, I believe, because it came up in a question a bit ago about mentioning it on Ramblings. I think it's a fleet set. I don't remember exactly, but Fox was also saying that he's taking a break till New Year, so it might not be one tomorrow.
There won't be a Ramblings tomorrow. Oh, dang. He's having some time off.
Yeah, he's taking a break till the New Year.
See, there are 2 options to approach your Christmas. Well, 3 really. You keep going exactly the same. You try and do an overabundance of videos like me, or you take a break.
And all 3 courses are valid.
Yes, but I will say which is probably the most insane option. Mine.
Definitely.
But I love it, because
Really?
I love chatting
Never
to people
would have guessed.
Christmas.
Nobody's ever accused you of sanity in their video production schedule.
No one ever has. They never have. They've never accused me of sanity in any spectrum, actually.
No.
Usually when I'm the sane person in this room, it's kind of like in that scene, I'm trying to remember the cartoon where Joker was the sane person because he was the one telling Lois and Batman they needed to call Superman because the situation was that bad. And both of them going, we're not sure. And he's going, no, you call him. We need him now. And at the end, he's ending with after looking at their watches, going, I need to up my watch game, because you both have the Superman communicator watches. And also, I was the voice of reason! This is not right!
Man, those old comics. That I never saw them.
Oh, they're funny. Now, Castanea. Military aviation history was talking about the American bomb program. How much fun would the RNN have with the proposal for the Luftwaffe building a base in the Canary Islands? They could build it. They wouldn't have got to use it.
That would have been a nice RN base.
I mean, a very interesting facility.
We could consider swapping it for Madeira, or not Madeira. Menorca. That was the traditional one, wasn't it? Before we got Malta.
Yeah. Oh, good lord! Even the Royal Canadian Navy's at it with their AI productions. I've just been sent the AI productions, AI conceptualized Canadian Arctic amphibious warfare ships.
How many fingers does it have?
It looks like the bow's going off at the wrong direction to the rest of the hull.
I have one
I
question.
kid you not. I'm gonna.
Regarding Menorca. Isn't it still the most popular vacation spot for Brits?
It is one of them. Yes.
Definitely one of, yeah. Also, just in regards
There
to
you go. This is the ship with AI conceptualized Canadian amphibious warfare ship for the Arctic. Anyone noticed the things which are wrong with it?
Foxer states that you produce as much content as some of the AI slop channels during Christmas, usually. It's far better quality.
Yeah, there are kind of people who went, "Oh, you produce so much, I presumed you were AI," and I went, "No, I'm just an academic, and I'm used to lecturing a lot." In nicest way, this is
Hang
what I'm
on.
used to this kind of production.
What the heck is up with the scale of that LHA?
Oh, don't get me started on that one. That's from a. Yeah.
That's a small ship.
I will put a link to
Tiny
it in the
book.
chat if you want to go. There's going to be in the
What
general
the
chat.
hell
There's
is
going to be a
that
link to
bow?
it. Yeah.
What the hell is that bow? That's not an Arctic bow.
No. Carrot, did your Scots
And
relatives
that
send you a
ship is
Clutie dumpling for Xmas this year? They sent us a lot of stuff. We had quite a lot of the Scots down here this year. That might cause a change in the Christmas productions, because if I go up to Scotland, I might be doing the productions from some of the lives from Scotland, and that'd be fun. I'd try and get one. I'd try and do one from one of the family's distillery, because that'd be fun. Me drinking iron brew, sober as anything, surrounded by whiskey barrels, and all that process, and just watch as the amount of colleagues who go, "We really would like to join you for this live in person. Will we be allowed to do sampling while you're in there?" Yes. Cyclic probably also will be frantically looking up how much does it cost to fly across the Atlantic. I will be there for that.
I think I'd probably pass, to be honest.
Whiskey distillery?
Not because of that, but just I'm thinking about the available leave.
Yeah.
Because I really like being able to take multiple weeks off to go fishing when it's as hot as, like, when it's way too hot to work.
Yeah, so you want to retain your leave in the winter.
Yeah, and it's also really nice to be like looking up from the river while I'm fishing at one of my colleagues who's on the bridge downstream and just wave.
That is cruel
They're
and
melting,
unusual, and
and
I
I'm
think everyone
sipping
does
nice
it.
cold beer.
Bud Light.
Not Bud Light, no.
Isn't Bud Light just water?
Yes,
Yes.
it's disgusting.
Yeah. Oh, good lord! The usual things going around of was it true that they used to let children run around without a phone and everything, and not just have to be home by dark? The nicest way I want to explain this to everyone. I am not that old. I am not yet 40. And as a kid, I was raised that way. I would wander all over. I would literally take one of the dogs. Usually, when I was youngest, it was usually a Cocker Spaniel called Monty. And he and I would leave the house. And this was when I was about 6 years old. And we might be back about 12 hours later. We go for a nice long hike. And I had no phone on me.
That was the same way my neighbor's kids were raised, and we are not yet 30. To be fair, we are out in the sticks, and that's possible, but yeah.
But yes, if they had a base in the Canary Islands, we'd be very, very happy. And Carrot, thank you for the super chat, by the way. And thank you for the super chat. I'm not sure if I said that. Carol 151, in if El Duce has an accident in 39, his replacement joins the Allies. What does this mean for the Pacific campaign? Well, if El Duce dies in 1939 and they join the Allies,
a lot easier.
A, the Suez Canal is open and Mediterranean is very easy to get through. B, possibly even France doesn't fall, because if they don't have Italy behind them, there is a possibility of Italian troops will reinforce the French. Or will be attacking from over Austria.
They may try and continue fighting.
You know,
oh god, the war in the Dolomites would be insane with World War II tech.
Yeah, and you also have the fact you have the.
Who knows? There might be a British admiral in charge of a joint British-Italian capital ship group. So Italian fast battleship closes to a range where it's actually mathematically possible to do more than straddle a target.
Yes, it could be. What could be more interesting, and I'm thinking of that, is if also in that scenario, any force you get deployed by the British in the Far East is going to be much bigger, much bigger. And if you don't have the losses brought on by the Mediterranean, realistically, the North Atlantic didn't really lose the Royal Navy a lot of its major assets. And if you don't have the Mediterranean, you're not going to be stretching its assets so much, so you're going to be able to keep up far more regular refits. And you're going to be able to use facilities like Malta, like Gibraltar, etc., for those refits and for a lot of the repairs. You can. That's going to change things. And also, you can scoot ships through to India, through the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal quite quickly.
And the fun thing is the Italians were also designing a lot of their ships to operate in the Indian Ocean as well. So you have an additional force that can reinforce. And the Italians do have a couple classes of really nice heavy cruiser.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I'm just thinking that the Italian switching sides could have a really big impact on World War II. In terms of shortening it.
And it's not like the Italians were bad at night fighting. They were pretty good at it. It's just they were also up against the Brits.
Yes, who, as I try to explain,
they were pretty good at night fighting.
The British aren't good at night fighting.
Radar.
They are obsessed with night fighting because of what happened in World War One. And this is the point I try and make is people. Everyone's capable of being good at these things and doing these things in this period. They're all quite sort of similar level in terms of technology, but different navies specialise in different things due to the legacy of World War One in their psyche. For the British, it was the Germans escaping them at night in the Battle of Jutland, and the fact they didn't do damage to them. It was infuriating. They got away. And they spend the next 20-odd years refighting the Battle of Jutland and concentrating on night fighting. So by the time you get to World War II, they're one of the most refined, focused night fighting forces in the world because they are obsessed with the idea the Germans got away from them. This is why they spend so much money on it. This is why literally every single level of the Royal Navy force can fight at night.
You mean it's not like carrots?
Nothing like tasting the jaws of defeat and not being able to achieve your objective as it gets snatched out of you at the last moment then to make you go, right.
Yes.
Never again.
Yes. What are you here for?
I'm just trying to see who you've got online. There's anybody I know.
There's Foxo, there's Dragon, there's Dan, there's
Seneca.
Cyclic,
Okay.
there's Timu, there's Seneca. They're all saying hello.
C or F?
Hmm?
C or F?
It's Dan F.
Okay.
Currently being quite quiet for him.
Perhaps he's tired.
Possibly he's eating.
Also, Karen, we need a video with you on shore defenses.
They want a video from you on shore defences.
Or live.
Or live. All's welcome. You do them for work now. You can't say you don't do them.
Or a video on how river monitoring data gets used for river defenses.
Oh, she can do a good one on that one.
I totally don't have a
one,
professional interest or anything.
Thank you, Ramil.
Yep. I thought I'd pop up quickly.
Yeah.
Because you want to feel old.
Not particularly, but carry on.
I am younger than the flip phone.
Same. No,
I hate
what,
you
wait,
now.
wait. Younger than the flip
I
phone.
hate you now.
Oh, good
When
lord.
was the flip phone invented?
It became popular in 1996. I was born in
hate you.
2003. I was 4 when the iPhone came out. My first phone was an iPhone.
So you
nice
don't
to
know what a BlackBerry was.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Of
good
course we know.
lord.
Of course we know what they are.
I'm
So Foxo
also-
is an apple of
No, you don't know what it was because you weren't using one.
I'm also younger
It was
than the
taught to
flip
them in
phone.
history class, though.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, in the technological backwater section.
I can feel my back cracking right now.
Oh, in the nicest way.
I remember using my phone to hammer a nail.
I was having I had an interesting conversation the other day with, we're talking to students, and sometimes some of the students, they are literally there, they are trying to joke around and get a rise. And one was asking me, what I saw in a woman, what I would look for in a woman I might be going to date, and I turned around and said, well, for starters, they have to be older than they have to be not younger than some pairs of socks I own. And that shut that conversation down.
Also, I got a coworker who was born on 9/11.
Oh, caramba. All right.
And she isn't the youngest in the
worked with
team.
are now in college.
She isn't the youngest in the team, you poor man. You poor soul. Oh, God.
I'm the third youngest.
Oh, it's when they're so full of youthful energy and vitality and charging ahead, and you're going, oh no. There again, this is why Dan's not talking much, but this is the good thing about having Fleet with us in the Japan trip, because as much as he is full of energy, he never out-energied any of us. At several points, we were slightly going to him, aren't you the young one here? And he's going, I'm tired. And then we were going, well, perhaps if you weren't wearing a full three-piece suit and tweed, you would be not flagging right now.
Alex?
Look,
Alex, if
I
the
love
man
him
wants
dearly,
to be the
but
gentleman from the past, let him.
He's the only person who heard, it's really hot in Japan when we're going. Please dress smartly, but comfortably for the weather. And went three-piece suit.
That's because he only latched on to dress smartly.
Yes, but that wasn't even
Without
smart.
any other context.
And future, I have actually told him in future, when we're going on these trips, I want him to talk to Foxo and ask her what clothing she would recommend.
Great, now she's got to dress two people.
Okay, right. Dragon won't know. I wear tracky bottoms, and baggy t-shirts. But
Foxo, you dress the same as me then.
If I'm dressing Fleet, I will have him dressed as a 16th century nobleman on his way to court.
That is a mental image.
Foxo, please, no. I'm having nightmares because of that.
Somebody make a photo of this. Like, somebody edit a photo for this.
Oh, God.
Where are you?
Fleet's Discord.
I know, Pet, you are listening in.
I'm looking for the second part of Bomir Boy's question.
Right, okay, but do you know a slightly more sobering fact?
Yes?
Vladimir Putin in Russia's been in power longer than I've been alive.
That's not a
That's scary.
That's not really a surprise based on what you said about flip phones.
Yeah.
But it's
There
more
were people in the last German election. There were people voting who were born like 2 years before Merkel became chancellor.
Yes.
And she was still chancellor then. Like the election where she ended. She was in power for 16 years.
For context, the first American election I was old enough to remember was a Barack Obama.
That was the first one I voted in.
Thank you, Bowman Boy.
To
That's
be
allows me
fair,
to-
that's also the first one I remember.
All right. Next question, Bowman Boy. Let's move off this very scary topic for me. How much
Yeah, I
would
know.
the British
Please
decisions?
move us along, Dr. Clarke. I'm starting to hurt as we speak.
How much
Most
would the
of
British
the USA
decision
is older than
not
me.
to burn? Okay, how much would the British decision not to burn the rubber plantations around Singapore be influenced by the experience of attacking on the attack on Tangier in 1914, in which rubber and sisal plantations gave the British and Indian soldiers considerable difficulty, giving the British the impression the plantations were more defensible unburnt? That was certainly part of a factor, but you also have to remember, in that scenario, they were dealing with prepared defensive positions, not unprepared ones. Okay. Sorry, IT job has appeared, apparently. No. Okay, what she managed to get that keeps bringing us back on her account. Mothers, I do love them. But yeah, prepared defensive positions are always better than unprepared defensive positions, and that was the trouble. Where is your Norton? Oh, she's managed to disinstall Norton somehow. Okay. Leave this with me, I will fix it.
Dear Lord.
She'll want her phone back.
Yes, she'll want it back, but she's not getting it back until I finish this evening, and I will drop it off with her about 1 a.m. in the morning. It'll be done. It will have Norton on it when it has not the McAfee like virus which has managed to appear on it.
Oh, it's a virus.
Yeah, somehow she's deleted Norton and got McAfee something or other on it.
Oh god,
dear
McAfee
God,
is one of
that's
the worst viruses out there.
Yeah. Continual tech support equals video from sis. No, this is Mum's phone. So, yes, I do tech support for the entire family. I do love it, the fact that my sister's the engineer and I'm the historian and I do everyone's tech support, but I did used to work as an IT technician. So there is a reasoning for it. It just seems odd when people look at it from the outside.
That's what you get when you enable side-loading apps to your phone.
Yeah, my mum does a lot of fun things on her phone. Night Secret
Yes.
1. If CVO-1 in the Quinners class was to have 38 Sea Dart SAM missiles, how would that compare to other carriers? Well, it would give them a lot of air defense missiles, but probably other carriers wouldn't be following them. Also, that would probably be like it was when the Invincibles removed as things went on. Seawolf would have been a better fit, put on Spunsons, but you know, life happens. Jonathan Moon, Norton is mediocre, but it's for the phone which I get, which I actually get for my mum. It works on that system.
A lot better than McAfee.
Yeah, finding a decent antivirus that works on a phone without causing issues with all the other software apps on the phone is fun. Norton, it works. It's not great, but it works. No,
Alex, may I recommend you use your F-Secure?
No.
It's made by Finns, so you know it's good.
I know it's good, but it also has it does, for some reason it doesn't like some apps which you use in the UK for parking, and so yeah, it causes trouble. And because one of the problems you have in the UK is you need about a dozen different apps for parking, and that's just in Cornwall. That's one of my bugbears. Well, don't get me into that one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. A question for the panel. What twin-engine propeller aircraft design would you pick to be used as both a night fighter and heavy fighter during World War II? Ignoring the Mosquito, it's low-hanging fruit, and you can pick a post-war designs if you want. I'm going to go for the bow fighter. So that's my one. The bow fighter is my option. What do others want?
I mean, I wanted the bow fighter.
I find it amazing that Fox went for Mosquito 2. Effectively.
Yeah, Is the Hornet cheating? Because
No,
it's
because it didn't
technically a
specifically
separate
say the
aircraft.
Hornet, so you can go for the Hornet.
For those of you that don't know, the Hornet was the successor to the Mosquito, with the full aluminium and metal frame.
Yeah.
Gloucester made what was it? Was it the F537? Was their twin engine one? Also, there were apparently two variants of the Beaufighter developed. One of which was supposed to be more of a bomber and kind of stocky and chunky, and one was supposed to be a narrower fuselaged fighter type.
Yes. So that's the Beaufort and the Beaufighter.
No, Beaufort was a different thing.
Was it?
Both.
Because that comes from the stocky one.
No, Beaufort was because it went Blenheim, Beaufort, Beaufighter. But then within the Beaufighter range, which was built on the same jig, built to use the same jigs, they went for. They were looking at different kind of variations on it, which they never didn't take very far. But yeah, they were looking at a kind of a narrower fuselage. They called it something like the sports model, and there was also a variant that was going to be chunkier with, I think, a rear gunner to be a more dedicated bomber.
And there was the TF Mark X, which could carry a torpedo as well as other interesting things, and had the particularly interesting thing of it could actually release its torpedo in a roll.
Well, I have a one.
That's slightly worrying.
It's the Moraine Solnier that was in the Finnish Armed Forces Service that we equipped with Kilmov M103 engines that we called Mörkö Morane. And that was apparently a decent fighter.
Yeah.
Because of the engine was powerful enough for the plane.
Okay, I have got a dark horse for this question.
Okay.
Has anyone here heard of the Westland Whirlwind?
Ooh, yes.
The heavy
Yes.
fighter interceptor
It was what I was
concept.
considering.
That was hamstrung by the Peregrine getting hamstrung. And because of the shortage of engines, they never got to re-engine it with Merlins. And it was originally designed to be able to carry torpedoes and up to 2,000 pounds of bombs, cannons, and be a all-altitude interceptor with superchargers.
Stafford, where does Cyclic stand on the US claim to the western end of the Northwest Pacific, as they haven't made any plans for defending it from Russian or Chinese activities? Which one would do if their claim was solid? Not sure if Cyclic's paying attention.
Question again, I'm not sure.
Where does Cyclic stand on the US claim to the western end of the Northwest Pacific, as they haven't made any claims for any plans for defending it from Russia or Chinese activities? Which one would do if their claim? I'm presuming it's their base in Alaska, Northwest Pacific.
I'm assuming, like, talking about, like, Attu?
Yeah.
I mean, there's not really much out there to take. So you just kind of end up getting, I mean, there's a small, real tiny airstrip because it was built to like World War II size.
Mm-hmm. Northwest Passage.
Oh, Northwest Passage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the SSN force is. The U.S. Navy is the only large submarine force that is continually operating under the ice routinely. You know, a lot of people like to make noise about Russian submarines up there, but the Russians don't have the level of experience we do at operating under ice anymore. They're not the Soviets. They don't do it enough. The
And
Chinese have absolutely zero experience, and like the Northwest Passage, it's not open enough yet, one. And
Nope.
two, it's going to be dominated by submarines because even as it opens further, there's still going to be ice up there, and ice is very, very noisy and very, very limiting to attacking a submarine that's hiding under it from any sort of surface platform, because you're darn well not sailing within lightweight torpedo range of that submarine with your ship. And even if you did, the sub's going to be able to retreat under the ice farther, because it takes a while for a lightweight torpedo to swim out to its max range. So you can't drop a torpedo on it through the ice. So it's a submarine's playground up there. And the U.S. Navy is the one with the experience up there. So, and the U.S. claim on the Northwest Passage is that it's international waters. The Canadians disagree, but that's the U.S. stance on it.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a submarine fight, that one. Nathan, what practically is the difference between the modern all-volunteer Navy and how the US and UK Navy recruited in the 1920s and 30s? Not much. Really not much. There's some difference in the organisation of how the crews are distributed, and the Royal Navy was Chatham crews and Portsmouth crews and Plymouth crews, and how they were organised through those things. But realistically, not much has changed between it, because they were volunteer navies as well. They're not national service navies; they are volunteer navies, and that's one thing.
Couldn't you argue that it's changed quite a bit because there's no longer the economic incentive to join the Navy nowadays?
But
there's a huge one right now in the U.S.
That's not from the naval side. That's from the social and economic side. And I was just about to get into that. The changes are more in that the Navy used to be a very, very good way, especially for people from lower economic backgrounds, to rise up in the nation, because you could get ahead in the Navy. The Navy was... How do I put this? Naval service had this thing called the seas trying to kill us. So if you're good enough to survive that, you can get ahead. It's one of the things why it wasn't usually the place you sent the first sons. You sent them to the army. Why? Because the army, they tended to get taken prisoner and ransomed. They didn't tend to get killed as much, especially in it is. Whereas the sea is quite happy to kill you. And in some ways, honestly, if the second son dies, that does stop there being so much of problems of disputing over who gets what. But also, they might make a lot of prize money, make themselves rich, become famous. And then they'll set up a cadet branch of the family, and their first son will go into the army. Have a look at the admirals. Have a look at what happens with their first sons when they get really rich. They don't go into the Navy, usually. But yeah, so it's the economic scenario of the naval service has changed, but also I would argue there's also the bigger difference today is that they were far more prepared to take people and train them up from nothing, whereas today they have usually higher education standards and requirements. In 1920s and 30s, you were supposed to be able to read, but they didn't really care if you could read a lot, and supposed to be able to do maths, but they didn't really care if you could do a lot. They'd train you in everything. These days, they expect you to have a basic education. No, you could still get ahead in the Navy even without prize money. You could go. There are plenty of people even in 1920s and 30s who join as sailors and end up leaving as admirals. It's not an uncommon story. So you could still get ahead.
Isn't that part of the issue of the modern navies, though?
What?
No, it's a huge way in the U.S. to move up socioeconomically.
Yeah, but nowadays you need a lot more higher qualified people in the Navy with the increase with just standards and the complexity of the ships involved.
Well, that can be
That's handled during training,
that can be
at least on the
overstated.
U.S. side.
One of the reasons why I think that's sometimes stated is because they use it to try and keep the numbers down and to weed and to minimize the recruits. But the fact is, over the years I've spoken with people, and it's literally a case of, well, yeah, it allows us to shorten the training process, which makes it cheaper for us. But realistically, we could add in a couple of weeks extra training and we could cover most of that stuff because most people can deal with these things. It's like the amount of times I have debates with people and they go, "Oh, reservists can never be anything in an engine room on a modern warship," and you sit there and go, "Really? They couldn't?" Are you telling me people who have a background as being car mechanics and those things, if they've been given proper courses and proper training in their weekends, etc., which you do as a reservist anyway, couldn't, maybe with a couple of experienced chiefs watching them, wouldn't be quickly able to adapt to working in a warship's engine room?
Particularly given the amount of computers that are everywhere on modern cars.
Yeah.
Like that control the engine, control the transmission, control your oil flow.
Yeah. But, there is often a level of... I'm not saying these things are necessarily easy. I'm saying these things are possible. And sometimes they're treated as though, no, that would be impossible. And you go, well, no, that's not. That's a very hard line to take. And the question is, are people sufficiently motivated to want to do these things? And the thing is, one of the interesting things we have in the UK is the Royal Navy gets people who want to join the reserves. They want to do engineering. They want to do those things, and they're told, well, no, the reserves don't do this, so they they go away. And one of the problems discussion you get is they go, oh, we're having trouble recruiting for reserves. We sit there and go, well, sometimes the people who want to join the reserves don't want to join to do the things which the reserves currently do. And maybe the thing is wrong in that the way we're trying to constitute the reserves, because often, especially in the Royal Navy, the reserves are constituted to fill in gaps in the regular force, which they don't need those things in peacetime. There's large numbers of people who are merchant ship, basically people who go aboard merchant ships and coordinate them, intelligence roles, and all sorts of different. The beach teams and those things are heavily reservist, and yes, they're very useful things, and you still need them, but you could also probably have some ship's crews. This is my comment when I talk about having ships in ordinary, and how if we completed let's say we completed 9 Type 45s, and we kept it so we usually had about 3 in ordinary, and the 6 were commissioned. And the 3 in ordinary include the ones going through heavy refit. And we had the policy of they had a colonel crew with them to look after them, but their wartime crew was made up of reservists. Those would be your flagships for your reserve recruitment. You might have one sitting up in Liverpool again next to HMS Eagle and all these things, sitting around acting as a recruitment tool for the reserves. And you'd probably have a lot of reserves interested in them.
Now, what I will say on the U.S. side of things, right?
Yeah.
The U.S. is completely different here. And a large part of it is the sheer mass of the U.S. Navy.
Yes.
Military service has long been a way of moving up into the middle class in the U.S. To varying degrees of success, you need to be smart with your money and not pull the I just got paid my recruitment bonus, I'm going to leave basic training and go get this incredibly terrible interest rate to buy a car I'm going to crash in 2 days because I've never driven a car with that amount of power. Like you get those people, but the amount of training the U.S. Navy is willing to put people in, it's the aptitude tests we run typically aren't to, unless you score really bad on them, typically aren't to weed people out. It's to see where in the Navy they can go. Now, occasionally, for some people, it means you end up being U.S. Navy equivalent of a Starbucks barista at a Starbucks on a carrier, and so you're kind of SOL. But a lot of the times you end up going and getting serious technical skills that you can use when you get out, if you so choose to not make a career out of it, which granted is what most personnel do. They don't make a career out of it. But it's a good way to build up savings. It's a good way to then be able to take advantage of the GI Bill if you want to go to college and you weren't able to deal with the funds beforehand. So it provides a lot of opportunities to people who would not otherwise have opportunities. And the Navy's more than happy to train people for technical needs. As long as they show the ability to learn that field, the Navy's more than happy to train them. And certain specialties, like if you test really high, and I know one guy who was given the option to go nuke, he decided to go sonar. And I quote, because he wanted to see daylight. He didn't want to end up on a carrier and not really see daylight a lot, and he certainly wasn't going to go on a submarine. So he ended up being a surface sonar tech.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, they'll happily train you now. Certain specialties, if you select them ahead of time, come with a longer contract, but some don't. So, yeah, it's the U.S. Navy side of things. It's not too dissimilar. A lot of the more mobilized people in World War II actually were considered reservists, rather than full Navy personnel. But
right, yeah, it's fun times. But next, the one interesting to speak on the US Navy, just come in, is someone's basically critiquing me for having a British accent and actually praising Admiral King and saying he was right in the mornings when he was clearly terrible for the British in World War II, as he should have sent carriers to fill the black hole in the gap in the Atlantic in 1942 when England was going to run out of oil and food.
It was Malta.
Did England run out of oil and food?
No. I'm sorry, Joseph Linnick. If you're listening to this, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what programs you've been watching about Britain in World War II, but 1942 was not the year we were really worried. And also an American carrier turning up in the middle of the Mid-Atlantic Gap, not really going to help things. It was the Mid-Atlantic Gap was long-range maritime patrol aircraft and area surveillance, and by 1942 that was mostly dealt with.
And what was the Royal Navy's experience of using a fleet carrier in ASW role?
Oh, it's how they lost they lost Courageous.
It's fabulous.
Yes.
They're also brilliant as anti-capital ship platforms without using their aircraft.
Yeah, don't get me started on that. Yeah, the Royal Navy, the amount of people who managed to go against Royal Navy doctrine, don't use fleet carriers for this. We don't have any other carriers available. We want to go hunting German submarines. Let's use the fleet carriers. Thank God for them. The guy who wrote that doctrine, Admiral Henderson, was dead by that point, because if he'd been alive, he'd have been killing them. Okay, for Royal Navy doctrine, carriers should not go off alone away from the battle fleet without at least having a cruiser and the flotilla of destroyers as escort. Even in peacetime, they don't go anywhere without a light cruiser and four destroyers with them, i.e. a division. World War II. Glorious goes off with a pair of destroyers as a company. Also, carriers aren't supposed to go anywhere without aircraft airborne. And to act as scouts. Carrier aircraft when airborne. Entirely against Royal Navy doctrine and policy. It wasn't a doctrine that was the problem. It wasn't the Royal Navy that was the problem. It was the people executing the problem. And they are part of the Royal Navy, so there is a problem there. But the fact is, you have this issue of that the carriers weren't. It hadn't necessarily, the doctrine hadn't necessarily been drummed into them. And you were trying to have general officers, officers from the wider service come in so they'd be exposed to it. And don't get me started on the damage control situation. Don't get me started on the damage control situation. Carriers are the only ones where, because they're so top heavy, you're supposed to start counter flooding immediately. Every other ship you don't want to let water into, you have to. But carriers you counter flood immediately. If they followed that doctrine, that policy on Ark Royal wouldn't have sunk when she did. But the damage control officer was going, well, the manual tells me to do this, my training tells me to do this, but all my years of experience tell me not to flood the ship because it just lets water into the ship, so I won't do it. And holds off to do it until eventually he's ordered to. Because he's going, well, it's not my role to let water into the ship, that's the enemy's job. But on a carrier, you do it because the carrier is top heavy. So there's 3 carriers lost because people ignore the actual naval doctrine and rules. Because of various circumstances which happen. And yeah. World War II. The Royal Navy are very good. The Royal Navy are also capable of truly mucking themselves up because they're human, and that's why it's good to learn from them.
I was about to say it's almost like it's an organization made of people.
Yeah, this is the other thing I find funny. The amount of people who critique me because going, "Oh, you're saying the Royal Navy got this wrong, and you're being rude about them." I'm going, "No, they're humans. They make mistakes, but that's the good thing about them because they learn from them." You look at the Royal Navy by the end of World War II, they're probably one of the best operators of carriers and damage control for carriers of anyone in World War II. And I know people like to talk about the American damage control, but look at how much damage some of the Royal Navy ships take in the Mediterranean after loss of Courageous, Glorious, and Ark Royal. And look at how well they do at damage control. Look at how Illustrious gets back home. Formidable gets home with all the damage they take, the massive bombs that hit them. That's because Royal Navy damage control has learnt and remembered, and the Royal Navy started to basically turning around to it. It's not just train the damage control officers, it's trained their captain. So if the damage control officer tries to say, well, I don't think I should flood the ship, sir, the captain will be there, captain will have the XO sent down with a gun to go, flood the frigating ship now. And that's the thing. The Royal Navy was prepared to learn from its mistake. That's a good thing. Now,
I'd also point out 1942 is a very interesting year for U.S. carrier numbers.
Yes.
To get back onto the question. Ranger exists, but...
yeah, I don't think they have 9 carriers sitting in the Pacific.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure Ranger never leaves the Atlantic. I don't think she ever goes to the Pacific. I think Admiral King actually prefers to ask the Royal Navy to borrow a carrier from Britain than to send Ranger anywhere near the Pacific.
Yeah, she didn't have a protected torpedo magazine at
all.
She didn't even have a torpedo magazine.
Yeah. IBX jacket. I meant to ask this yesterday, but do you think the plan for 12 AUKUS submarines will be cut at all? I doubt it at the moment because 12 is, as I said, 12 is one of those numbers. But it's going to depend. If the politicians think it's going to be peace and they don't have to pay the bills, they'll cut it. If they think that their livelihoods might be riding on it, they'll pay the bills. That's defense spending. Team Biscuit Gaming. What would have been the impact of the UK having a third Queen Elizabeth class carrier compared to having just 2? If they've got it and sustained it, then that means you're not going to have gaps where you have no carrier available. So you have a consistent carrier available.
Made, you may have more escorts.
Yes, and if you were going to get, you will probably have at least the 9 Type 45s, maybe more. But it also might be a case of they might have procured the 6 remaining Type 40, the 3 to 6 Type 45s as Mark 41 VLS Type 45s, as general purpose Type 45s, rather than air defense Type 45s. And so our carrier escort groups might consist of 2 air defense Type 45s and 2 general purpose Type 45s. And maybe some ASW frigates if we've actually built something. It would be interesting. It would also, hopefully, if you committed to building 3 of them, you would have been ordering more F-35Bs from the get-go. But again, the British government...
or if you were willing to go through the expense of a third QE, maybe you were also willing to go through the expense of having them be Cato Bar.
That's potentially the option, but also you have to remember the sad thing is we actually, considering the amount of money we paid in delays and things to slow it down, we actually ended up paying the price it would have cost us to build, not just develop, but also build 3.5 Queen Elizabeths.
Yeah.
So for the money we've spent, we could have actually had a 3rd Queen Elizabeth class carrier. We could have had a 3rd one.
Gotta love waffling back and forth.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if HMS Captain and the crew who were lost during the sinking appeared in Portsmouth Harbour today?
They would be
everyone
immediately quarantined until they've been thoroughly jabbed for smallpox.
Yes, but I would also say, as everyone get out the way, Drac will be boarding that ship first to start doing interviews. Drac will be on that ship within 20 minutes of it turning up. He will break the sound barrier, probably even the light barrier, to get to there first.
Okay, well, what happened? But what would happen if it turned out the captain was actually a really good ship? And was actually the best ship ever made? And it was a conspiracy that saw it sinking?
I doubt that's going to happen. But, it would be fun if it did.
What if the pyramids were power plants?
Okay, Walter Brodus, have you seen the film War of Archimedes? Stumbled across it yesterday. It's it's a look at the process the Call Yamato got built versus the carrier force. Fictionalized, but interesting. Not yet, but I'll look it up. But don't expect me to find time to watch it till after the Christmas period, but I will look it up and look at it. So basically, ask me again in February, and I will have had a chance to have a look at it. Unless anyone else here has had a look at it. Anyone seen War of Archimedes?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, I'll look it up then. 9683. Why is it the Tiger and Lion class battlecruiser that exposed the problem the RM battlecruisers are becoming way too expensive when Hood with her $6+ million price tag makes more sense to that? It's earlier. The Lions and Tigers come before it, and because, as said, they are a significant price jump over the armoured cruisers. The Invincibles are not a significant price jump over the armoured cruisers. The Lions and Tigers are enough of a price jump. Yes, Hood is a massive price jump, but you don't need to get the Hood to realise the way the bill's going.
Also, Hood is ordered and at least starts building during wartime, when cost is somebody else's problem.
Yes, that is also an issue, a thing. In a nice way, wartime building cost is something that happens to other people. Nathan, would the Defiant class's size potentially make it easier to reload its VLS at sea? Potentially, because what I was thinking was you could actually... That gantry system, crane system, which they taking back to the Fleet Auxiliary and back and forwards, you potentially would have space on that ship to store them.
I mean, DDGX would also, so...
Yeah, so presumably...
Yeah, it's just a matter of designing the ship to have the space.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a thing. It's basically you can break it down pretty easily. It's mostly like I-beams that are bolted together, so the crew can assemble and disassemble most of it.
Nathan, what would the Defiant classes? What would be their name of second ship's class? Devastation, Dreadnought. That's very British naming. If they are going to end up being built, they get state names. They will get state names.
I think they'll probably end up getting battle names, to be honest.
Potentially.
Because I don't see them retaining a whole code of BBG.
The whole BBG thing is very confusing to me.
Yeah.
Well,
if they're built at all, they're going to be built with a whole code of CG because that part's going to be in the next admin. So.
Yeah.
Although, anyways,
I would love it if by some freak they do end up retaining and launching as BBGs, because just imagine the whole NATO terminology, which will have to be updated to include battleships.
Yeah,
because that's
I think it's still on the books.
It is on the books, but it's all as gunships, not missile ships. Missile battleships would have to be added in and sorted out and sorted through. And definitions. The NATO meetings to define the standards, they'd go on for months, years. The French would want the French version of it to, and I would just love to watch those meetings. Just watching
Knowing
people
the current head of the French Navy, they'd be pushing for a missile-armed battle cruiser so they could force that on the Italian DDX just to get his parliament to shut up.
Yes. Oh, good lord! The French and Italians would have, and if the French and Italians build one, Britain will have to build one.
Well, it's more the French, or like the head of the French Navy is getting very, very irritated at people pointing at the Italian DDX and going, "Why aren't we building things like those?"
Yes,
and he's like, "Because we're building a CVN. Now shut up. I need the money for that."
Yeah.
Well, then there's a little bit of a fun for it. If the British do eventually get forced to build a BBG for whatever reason,
it's more fun. The Germans probably build one and call it Scharnhorst, but leave that to one side.
I was going to say, what would the British name it? Because Warspite's been taken now.
As
Dreadnought.
As Queen Elizabeth has.
Vanguard.
Vanguard will be back because the SSB will be gone.
Yeah.
Dreadnought's taken.
Could we see perhaps a return of Iron Duke, maybe?
Hanson, Howe, Iron Duke.
Honestly, it might be a return of Lions and Big Cats, but it also, the other option, it depends if they go for the battle cruiser name or the thing, option or those things, but they could also go with Admirals. They could go with Nelson and Rodney.
The Admiral class, yeah.
Hello, Dragon.
Plausible.
Something's happening on the Bruship stage from Dragon.
Oh dear lord. Anyways,
we've got a camera turned on for Dragon.
For some more.
Is the camera supposed to be turned on for Dragon? I'm not sure. It's showing up. Hello, everyone. That's the Bruship stage event. But let's go through the questions. Go back to the questions. The questions Q&A.
Alex?
Yeah.
Should we open the queue for more questions, please?
Okay. How many questions have we got in here? What's left?
I'm currently counting 2 unanswered.
2 answered questions. So yeah, I know. Dan, do you have work tomorrow?
I do. I will be heading off unless any of the questions are particularly up my street.
Okay, so let's say 5 more questions, and that'll be us for this evening. Because that'll take us probably 4.5 hours, which will be enough time. So 5 more questions. And I will change it to questions live. Okay. Timu, how many Bahama class ships should Stafford order for the Canadian Navy? Wink. Depends what they want to do. But again, if you're going to be escorting, if you've got 2 ships, you might have to escort, or 3 ships. How many of the icebreakers do they get? And then think about how many you need to escort. You probably need 2 ships for every one you have to escort. So, that basically is where you're going to sort of draw it in. Penguin Cannon.
Do you know that those things can do the ice breaking themselves?
Yes, but their purpose is to be able to ice break and keep slightly separate, so the ship can go into where it needs to go. If they're doing the ice breaking for the ship, then they're not free to maneuver as they need to do as an escort, are they? So that's what you want to get. They're able to ice break themselves to an extent, yes. Well, that means they can wander around and keep the ship company, but also can space themselves out so they can actually provide protection. And then Penguin Cannon, if you're forced to rename a ship HMS BT, Victor of Jutland, what ship do you pick? Presumably a large light cruiser to see it get blown up ASAP? No, I'm fairly sure there's a rowing boat somewhere which is called Roy McRoy Face, and that would be what I'd look for its sister ship and rename it BT Victor of Jutland. Huh?
A garbage scow somewhere?
No,
they have far too much dignity for that kind of disgrace.
The ship that comes alongside to offload your waste tanks.
That's a garbage scow, and again, as I said, they have far too much dignity and importance. AC-75
we have more of weapons, so.
Okay.
A Yorkshire Canal boat.
Change the banner.
We could go for that if you really want to. AC-75, is there a future for multi-hull naval vessels over 1,000 tons? Well, there is a lot of ideas going for them still, and they've been working on it for quite a while. So I would never say never, but I'll wait to see what comes about. Honestly, the Independence class were always more my favourite of the LCS from the Freedoms because they had so much space on them. They were useful for things. I think if they hadn't been designed with the outrageous hull speed requirements for their hull and size, and actually been designed more flexible, those would be the assets which you'd be wanting more of. Because they have some really good options with their flight deck space and with basically the space you have for doing things with them aboard them. But again, both the Freedom and Independence class are ruined by the people having bright ideas. Take care, Carl Gaswick.
And then heavily influenced by one Donnie Rumsfeld.
Yeah, he was who was definitely one of the chief disciples of the Bright Idea Fairy. I think Donnie Rumsfeld spent every night praying to the Bright Ideas Fairy and going, please, please bless me.
Not revolutionary enough as he pounds his fist on his desk.
Yes, everything has to be revolutionary because, that's what you want. Everything's be revolutionary. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1910 all German battleships, ironclads and pre-dreadnought battleships become copies of World War warships Prussian and infrastructure change to handle it, which includes dry docks, slipways and ports, and if curious, Germany has access to oil supply and parts for repairs, then they're in trouble because don't even need Dragon to come on here and tell me, but I'm fairly certain anything which is something World Warships and is a Prussian from YouTube Minecraft Watcher is going to be at the heavy end of the options. Am I right, Dragon?
Tier 10 German battle cruiser?
Yes.
Is it? I'm trying to remember if it's the battle cruiser. I think it's the battle cruiser. It might have been the one that... Or it might be the battle cruiser. It's been a bit, and I've been dealing with things. Anyway, no, it's big. It's real big. You're talking at least 16 or 18-inch guns. So, yeah, that's kind of insane.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fucking joke. And they very long.
Foxo?
Also, apologies for the camera thing. It was not meant to turn on, and when I tried turning it off, my phone froze.
I guessed it was something
So I
like
had to
that.
start it.
I guessed it was something fun because I was going, I don't think Dragon wants to be sharing his camera right now.
Well, that's why I just placed my finger over the camera and hoped nothing went through.
Stafford, I'm going to need to get a Google Play card next Sunday so I can bypass the questions of my questions via super chats. Yeah, who knows? We've had quite a lot of questions this week. But I always try and keep to a policy of trying to get through all the questions that have been asked and are in the queue. I'll always not finish. I will not finish before I've got through all the questions.
And it wasn't battle. Prussian is the tier 10 battleship that replaced Kerr first. I was right. So my
Yes.
initial thing. Mounting 457s in 4 twin turrets, 10 twin 128mm,
And a lot of
61s, 4 twin 150s. Yeah, she's got a lot of armor and a lot of decker, while also managing 30 knots.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Basically, that's
so it's basically a
yeah. If they do that in 1910, replacing all their ironclads, pre-dreadnoughts, and battleships, then the Royal Navy is going to go into panic build mode. Goodness knows what comes out of Britain. The German Navy might also be an issues because a nice way to, even if they have got infrastructure to support them, the cost of supporting and sustaining that kind of force, that's going to cause trouble to the army. That's going to be a very big bill.
I'm sorry, you want us to order how much oil? And how exactly do you expect us to pay for this?
Yes.
Or import it?
Yes, because the trouble is, you can have the ability to order all these things, but are you going to get the paychecks to order them all? The really interesting thing is going to be America and how Congress reacts in 1910.
We just spent all this money on the Great White Fleet.
Oh, they're already starting to build towards the standard class and those standard battleships and those
1910, you've already got the standards coming out.
But they're now going to look at it and go, hang on, our standards,
we need a new standard type.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Guess we're definitely doing this turbine thing.
Yeah. Next question. Knight 681. How will the Saudi Tariq class multi-mission service combatant avoid the same misfortune that befell the littoral combat ship? It's not got... How do I put this politely? It hasn't quite the same issues.
Yeah, different combining gears.
Yeah, and... How do I put this?
I'm not sure the Sauds are going to be sending it out to sea much anyways.
Yeah, it's got different combining gears, and whilst it is based to an extent on the Freedom class, I think. Oh, no, it is based on the Freedom class from memory. I was checking and also looking up. They are
still got the water jet propulsion though.
They are different. They've got enough differences in their hull. The Sauds haven't got the Sauds. The lovely thing about when you're building for the Sauds is if you go, well, we can save you money by not including this bit. They go, why would we would have that bit normally? Yes, but in theory you don't need it. But why are you trying to save us money? We have the money. The Sauds are not usually... the House of Saud, the one refreshing thing about dealing with them, and I've known companies which have worked on them, is that they don't... This concept of, they are very incredibly risk adverse, and they're happy to spend money to avoid risk. Because money is something they have a lot of. Okay? Money is something they're not running short of, so they are happy to spend the money. That's the difference sometimes. As a client when you're dealing with them. Next question. Son and Bobo, panel's favourite Christmas present?
From this year?
Can I go first?
This year.
Does the one I bought myself count?
You're not supposed to count that one.
What
Otherwise, I have
was
to
it? A
start.
present?
You
Because
bought
it-
a kayak
first,
for
in my
yourself.
Yes, I bought a kayak for myself to go fishing with.
But I believe Timu wanted to go, so
I got a pair of. Well, I got a pair
Favorite present
of.
from my mother.
Yes, exactly. My mother,
Yeah.
in my case.
This
I
is
got a
this
pair
is,
of
this is
woolen
the
shocks.
type of humor we have in our family.
That's nice looking.
It's
Alex.
it's actually a functional mug. I have drunk some milk out of it. Milk seemed appropriate for it, okay? But I will say this. Everyone, this is why I think it was partially guided disc, because look. Trying to poke your eyes out the whole time. Horns are just perfectly positioned. But, yeah, you can drink out of it. But it is a close run thing.
Okay. And not to right, but I got a brilliant Christmas present this year. I just don't know when to use it on, unfortunately.
it's not, the sharp, pointy one, is it?
The sharp, pointy one. Do you want to describe it, Dragon? You describe it.
Large, sharp, pointy, and why do we keep giving Foxo weapons?
Because Foxo and weapons goes together as natural as night and day. Anyway.
Okay. Right, so if anyone's familiar with Warhammer 40k, the Mechanicus have this weapon called the Omniscience Power Axe, which is actually a halberd. And just Dragon composed an image of one. I got given one of those, admittedly not magical, to scale made by a blacksmith.
Nice.
Oh, I assure you, it is sharp. And there's a halberd, and it goes choppy choppy.
Anyone that breaks into your place.
No one wants to be the person who breaks into Foxo's place. It'll be the last thing you see. Will be a very small redhead coming at you with a weapon which is bigger than she is.
Oh, yes, yes. Because it's to scale, it's on a 6-foot pole. I'm 5'4".
Yeah.
And I'm just now trying to figure out how to electrify it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is the scary
In
thing.
Cyclic,
That reminds me, there's a video I need to share with Rune on later.
Yay.
in Cyclic is the model version of the Omniscience axe. So
I know what it
one
looks
of the
like.
most accurate ones. Yeah, I was just for anyone else. But the chat is called Cyclic requested texting chat, Hal. So
Okay.
Yes,
no, it's
I
not
do want
tacky
to
noises, it's gremlin noises.
Yes, the gremlin noises are real. She's also a gaming gremlin. I can testify I have watched her generally track down people and smash them just for the hell of it in computer games. I have played Hoy against her. I have seen the violence that she brings. And whatever you do, if she gets battle cruisers in Hoy, just surrender then, okay? It's easier and safer.
Yeah, but do you want to know the best thing about this Christmas present? The halberd blade is cool and all, but the other side is an actually functional torque wrench.
Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
say anything about
Let's
that.
all
So
be...
that weapon's name is now I'm no longer asking.
No, that's weapon's name is, at this point, if this weapon appears, everyone in the room stands to attention. They're not sure what they're standing attention to, but they're
Yes.
standing to attention.
For
I think-
reference, Foxo, that is the name of the 4-foot-long pipe wrench that is in the bed of my work truck.
I think it's more a case of this bolt offends the Omnissiah.
Cyclic.
The Omnissiah does not make requests.
Okay.
Cyclic.
So
Has
yeah,
your
that does work.
wrench been borrowed by Gordon Freeman?
No.
No.
Next question from Harry John: will UK naval pro reform ever happen? You never know. Me and Drac keep arguing for it. This is the point: is me and Drac have started arguing for spending better and more sensibly and better on naval affairs, and we basically gave up with the idea of anyone else making a case. So this is one of the reasons why we do Shipshape, promote naval heritage, and also argue about these things and push it forward and go, look, we need to be serious about this. We can't rely on anyone else doing it, because they get swept up into other politics too easily. Whereas we're just going, we don't care about the rest, we just care about the Navy. So we'll keep on fighting that one. And Tea and Biscuit Gaming with the final question. And poor Dan gets dragged into it occasionally. Tea and Biscuit Gaming. How would you rebuild the armed forces back to an okay level for the current times? Start by filling out the gaps. Start by building up the frigate force. Start by building up, reconstituting a proper armoured division for the army. Start by working out the Air Force numbers so that the Air Force and Navy are not sharing a single air group that can provide both their strike wing and their carrier
And
wing.
get them the weapons they need to do full spectrum missions.
No, before you can get that, just fill in the gaps in the existing force so they're at full strength they need to be, and then start filling in the gaps between those forces. Because that's the trouble. Often
Alex,
the British government lurches from new program to new program to new program and doesn't actually deliver the stuff they need. Doesn't actually deliver a full program. So
Alex,
just actually get the actual programs.
So Alex, question: how you get the men?
You got to reform your
Start having you've got to up the
recruiting
pay scale,
situation.
you've got to make sure the accommodation's better and these things, and you probably have got to, in the UK's case, honestly, the force structure would not be that much bigger than we already existingly have. You probably also have to start, and this is going to be anathema, maybe considering a bit of lowering some of the standards, not massively, just a little bit, for initial entry, and then go, right then, so we'll give you a little bit more training in basic to get you up the physical fitness. Because here's the thing. I'm more worried about someone's mental
Basic
acuity
training,
than their
fat camp.
physical acuity. I can train someone to run faster and be healthier. And I know I don't look like it at the moment, but I've started back at the gym, and I'm again losing weight again because this was something, again, this is the trouble with me. Because of being a historian, I spent a lot of my life sitting down, so very quickly I gained weight. Add in pneumonia and the other stuff I had over the last year, my weight went up again. So I'm now able to exercise properly and able to start getting it down. The thing is, I go through that. I've gone through that enough to know that I can build my fitness up. Even as I approach 40, not next year, but a little bit well away, I know I can get my fitness back. You have to almost sort of go, okay, so right then, so what we want is people who are able to mentally do these things, and then we can train them physically. And the trouble so if I'm going to drop standards in any way, shape or form for basic entry, it would be drop some of the physical standards and train them up a bit more. As that would be a way to increase, because the amount of people who turned away because of physical health, and we're not talking about things. One of the reasons, Drac has his own story about his eyesight, but then there's also the fact that people go, well, did you have childhood asthma? Okay, you can't join. I once went through a assessment thing, and
the process it takes to join as well.
Yes,
it takes far too long.
Yeah, but I once went through an assessment when I was younger, doing various things and looking at forces and these sort of things, and there was a huge issue made over the fact that when I was younger, as part of treatment of illness, I had been prescribed an inhaler. I hadn't had asthma. I had been prescribed a type of inhaler, and they just went, "Oh, was it a pump inhaler? Because then you're not allowed." No, it was a shake inhaler. Oh, well, that's fine then.
Which shows
What?
they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the thing is that's it.
As a Alex, this might shock you, but I have asthma diagnosis. I'm still considered A class for our military.
It's almost like not for everyone that has asthma, but it's almost like one of the things that's prescribed for people who have asthma is appropriate physical training to help strengthen their body
Yeah,
and respiratory system to deal with it.
The
yes.
issue was
And
the issue
There
was
are
claimed.
people that is counterproductive for, however.
The problem is it's claimed to be.
yeah, and I would like to say that
Can we
gas
let
attack.
the
Dan,
doctor, the
AI,
medical doctor, answer the question quickly?
finish, please.
No, you interrupted him, Timo. Dan was speaking first.
The,
He was
the
quiet,
concern,
but he
I
was speaking
think,
first. So,
My
Dan?
apologies.
the concern is about gas attack, and because you can't, so anything, even just like tear gas, could trigger an asthma attack. And the one thing you're not going to be able to do in a gas mask is use an inhaler to relieve it.
True.
And I think what they don't want is people carking it from, because you could also get it from things like fumes given off by the fires and things like that.
I've
So
seen,
you're
I've
worrying
seen diesel
about
exhaust
those-
fumes trigger it.
I mean, it's not a brilliant reason. And what I find quite telling is that with quite a lot of health problems, if you develop them after you've joined, the military will keep you in, certainly in the UK. But if you've got them when you're applying, you're not getting through the door.
Yeah.
And that one I find very dodgy. Although I do know that at least with some you get kind of restricted to only support duties. So I met a guy.
One of the areas the UK military is really hurting in is support duty. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it
why not
led.
recruit them for that?
Yeah.
But the problem was it was a young guy who the example I met was a young guy who had been in a tooth arm, developed diabetes, I think type 2 diabetes, and it meant that he was basically stuck in a warehouse when actually he joined up to be a fighty type. On the other hand, it was hearing stories from a friend who was serving in Afghanistan at the time, I think it was, and one of the American, so this was a Brit, an American turned up and went, "Hey, I need a refill of my anti-rejection medications because I've had a kidney transplant." To which the British response was, "We don't have those in theatre because we wouldn't deploy somebody who is dependent on something like that." So, yeah. Horses for courses.
Life is fun sometimes.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah,
probably.
I think that's probably a bit of perfect. Timu, you were saying now. Sorry about that earlier, but yeah, Dan had started first.
No, it. Yeah, I know. It was just I have asthma, and they did some tests on me, and they declared I'm fine. And yes, even with the tear gas, and they didn't trigger for me the asthmatic reactions because for me it's most likely from other sources of irritation that causes the reaction. So guess they were thorough on my case.
There's differing things that different militaries are willing to do different levels of tests.
Yes.
To see who is actually able, and other militaries will just reject anybody out of hand because they don't want to have to do the individual testing. I know somebody who got kicked out because he had childhood exercise-induced asthma. Keep in mind, when he was in high school and college, he ran cross country. And he was so young when he had it, he didn't know he had it. So he had to fight to avoid a dishonorable discharge for lying on his paperwork to get it moved to a medical discharge. Welcome to the U.S. Air Force. I also know somebody else who had asthma all the way up through high school until they were able to get it under control, and he's a deep sea salvage diver now for the United States Navy.
Yep. That
So
makes a lot of
sometimes
sense.
it's not even the military, sometimes it's the service. By the way, the guy who was with the Air Force,
Yeah.
he worked a desk job.
That doesn't surprise me.
Oh, nice.
What?
So, like, it was never going to be an issue.
Yeah, one of my favorites from there is
Yeah.
there was a friend of mine who was a weatherman in the I think it was the Australian Air Force. Yeah, the Australian Air Force. They were a weatherman in the Australian Air Force. They now live in New Zealand. So I always worry I'm going to get the wrong one. But at that time they were in Australia. They're Australian. So there was the Australian Air Force, and yeah, they ended up having to leave because after a car accident they developed a limp. And it was worried they couldn't pass that they couldn't do the running in time. You sit there and go, they're still fit and healthy. They're a weatherman. They're not combat. They don't. They're providing weather reports. And do you really?
This isn't Red Storm Rising, people.
Yeah, even then, in Red Storm Rising, the guy actually doesn't run around a lot. He might be a long distance runner, but he spends most of his time hiking.
Yeah, which is completely freaking different.
Yeah. And requires very different skill sets, but we'll leave that to one side. Anyway, that being said, that was all the questions. And thank you, Cyclic, for joining us. Thank you, Foxo. Thank you, Timu. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, Dan, who's, I think, disappeared.
Yes.
Hope all of you have a good time and have a good week. And maybe see some of you next week. I don't know who's going to be here. Next week's one is going to be the first of the new year. It's going to be the first Bruships of 2026. So please don't turn up with New Year's resolutions because everyone always breaks them. But I hope to be hearing a lot about your parties. And once again, the Thursday live, because it would be on the 1st, but for some reason, I'm going to ask the chat this before I go. So there was a debate in my family about whether I should do my live on the Thursday or the Saturday. And my argument was, everyone will have a headache and be slightly hungover on the 1st, so no one will be watching. So I will do a long patrol, do a sort of a premiere that people can tune into if they wish or not wish, and then do the live on the Saturday, because I like it. I'm going to get more interaction. I'd rather do a live when I think people are going to chat than do a live when I think people are still going to have a hangover. So I'm going to move it to the Saturday. Do we agree that's sensible?
Yeah, well, I would be at work on the weekend, so.
Obviously, do it on the Monday.
No, I'm not doing the live on the Monday. I have to spend all day tomorrow up in the attic. So tomorrow is a recorded video, which is
who's
one
gonna
of the
police Fleet.
Fleet isn't doing one tomorrow because he's taking off till after New Year's.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about after the Monday after New Year's.
Oh, the Monday after New Year's? No. I don't know if Fleet's going to be doing that, but I wouldn't hold off till the Monday. No, as said, I will probably do it on the Saturday. But yeah, as Walter Brothers, as I've said, check out the Great War Roman Comedians on your recommendation. I will probably not get to see it till After the conference on the 17th, so yeah, that's when like Christmas period actually comes to the end. When the video a day stops is about that weekend. It stops on the 18th. So that's when I go back to a normal schedule of having Wednesday videos, Tuesday videos, Thursday videos, Friday videos, and Saturday videos. With Thursdays and Sundays being lives, and Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays being recorded ones. So I drop 2 days a week from my schedule in normal times. There will be a scuttlebutt tomorrow. That will be the common response. There are two options for that scuttlebutt, as I haven't recorded it yet. But we'll see what happens. And there'll be, as I said, the live will be on the Saturday next week. But we'll move things around. There are videos to move around, and there's also, I'm hoping to record another 2 historians this week. I've got someone who I'm talking with, and I might even, before the Christmas period is over, get another bilge pumps done. You never know, I might get another bilge pumps done for you all. There is always the possibility I get a bilge pumps done.
There is hope.
Yeah. But it's all fun. It's all fun. And yeah. Honestly. Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you very much for being here. Hope you enjoyed, and yeah, take care. Toodles.
Catch you on the next one.